You're still under oath from last week, ma'am. Go ahead, Mr. Early.
Yeah. Broderick, we were talking about the fall of 1985. Was there a time in the fall of 1985 that seemed to be a turning point for you?
Yes, September of 1985 would have been the time that Dan told me to wait for about the soils engineer to tear down the house. And so all summer long when the kids were away and I went to Canada and stuff, I had no reason to go over to Coral Reef, the house where he was living, and really no reason to bother him. And so I waited for September, and the children came back, and I was waiting for us to start tearing the house down like he said. But it became apparent to me during September of 1985 that Linda was in fact around, and the babysitters were taking instructions from Linda at the office, and the pie thing was around. And so it became real apparent to me that Linda was around. He did not give me the $5,000 check to get the soils engineer to tear the house down. And I was...
Your Honor, excuse me, I'm going to object to the narrative at this point.
Sustained.
And so but why was that a turning point?
Objection, Your Honor, that's vague.
Well, it's asked and answered. Sustained.
Well, Your Honor, maybe we approached the bench, Your Honor. She wouldn't let her finish her answer. Now I'm following it up with why was that a turning point? Never
Your
mind.
Honor, I'm objecting to the speaking objections.
Was there something else other than the soils engineer not being paid now? There was, go ahead.
A whole bunch of stuff.
Go ahead.
September was a real turning point. It was when I started, doing the soccer team with Rhett, and then Dan wouldn't let Rhett come to the soccer team and stuff. And so he was interfering with me coming to the house and seeing the children, which I never expected that he would. And then right into October is when he finally started filing papers, and that's when everything switched to now it is a divorce. And at the same time, he was calling me from Notre Dame and saying, it was 20 years ago tonight. And I was very, very confused, because on one hand, he's doing all these kind of mean, awful things. And on the other hand, he's still calling me and saying it's 20 years ago tonight we met. Remember all the good times we had, and sending me flowers, love Dan and stuff. And I was getting really mixed signals at exactly the same time period.
Okay. Now, when you say 20 years ago tonight, what was he referring to?
Dan was at Notre Dame at the SC Notre Dame game, and I had 2 guests in my house. And if I didn't have those witnesses, I think I dreamt it, or it was a nightmare or something.
Sustained.
What was he referring to when he said 20 years ago tonight?
He called me from South Bend, Indiana, and he appeared to be drunk over the phone, and he wanted to remind me that it was 20 years ago tonight, because we're in 85 and we met in 65, that we met and all the fun we used to have. And he wanted to, reminisce on the phone.
Okay.
And stuff. I was kind of shocked, because it was right in the exact...
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In October of 1985, was there some kind of family function that was something that was traditional or important?
Objection, asked and answered.
Overruled, you didn't answer that. Go ahead.
Larry had established an Oktoberfest as a tradition that he had in Colorado. Yes.
Okay. And did you go to that?
Objection, asked and answered. She already testified for that.
Overruled. Go ahead, you can answer that.
No, I wasn't invited in 1985, but I knew that Dan went.
Okay. Did you get, how did you feel at that time not going to that function?
I felt left out not going, but then later on I found out that Linda had gone, and that's what precipitated me really confronting Dan, saying, I want to hear the story. I want to hear how you're going to tell me this was a mistake, that Linda ended up on the same plane and at a private party in Colorado. And that's October 28th, and that's when he told me the truth.
Did you get any papers while he was away at this time?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
The Did you have the children in, when we're talking about December of 85, January of 1986, where were the children living?
The children were staying at Coral Reef because of the condition of the house that I was in. It was not livable for children. They would visit me all the time and spend time with me, but there was no furniture in it, and
Okay.
it wasn't livable.
And how were you dealing with your children at that time?
At that time,
Objection, asked and answered.
So Real can answer that.
at what specific time? Which specific time? Things change so rapidly.
Okay. In December of 1985, around Christmas time and the beginning of January, how were you dealing with your children emotionally?
Well, in November, I hired Mr. Jaffe up in LA, and so I didn't do anything
Objection.
about the kids.
Unresponsive.
Sustained.
The in the fall of 1985, Mr. Broderick told you about his relationship with Linda, is that correct?
Objection, asked
Yes.
and answered.
Well, sustained, the answer can stand. Go ahead.
Did he talk to you anything about your illness having anything to do with that relationship?
Well, the night that he told me the truth, he wanted me to go to a mental hospital because he thought I was crazy. And I said, no, I'm just angry at, what you told me. I think anyone would be in this position, but I don't think I'm crazy. I never thought for a minute that I was crazy.
Yeah.
But he wanted me to,
Your Honor, excuse me. I'm sorry. I don't have any objection to the defendant testifying, but we've already gone over this. I think it's inappropriate to rehash things that have already been testified to.
Sustained.
During the summer of 1985, when your children are out of town, did you go anywhere?
Objection, asked and answered. She went to Canada. She's testified to it.
for 10 days.
Your Honor, I don't believe I've asked her that in this trial, whether she went to Canada.
The answer can stand. Go ahead.
The, showing you what has been marked LL for identification. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, that was taken on the Canada trip at Bouchard Gardens.
And that's in 1985.
I think it was July of 85, yes.
The,
For the record, double L's, an 8x10 color photograph.
yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, is it okay if I walk through the well?
Certainly.
And showing you M for identification. Do you recognize those four children?
Yes, I do.
And are those your children?
Yep.
You remember when that photo was taken?
Rhett looks like he's not even 2 there, so it's about 80 or 81.
Just make sure I pick up where I started before you're on, or where I ended.
You'd got to January of '86 where they moved to the Cypress house, I believe.
Okay. Now, during the time when Mr. Broderick had moved into Cyprus, were your children telling you anything about what their father was calling you at that time? And how reasons that they couldn't come over or that they couldn't see you?
Well, when he hired those babysitters in September of 1985, he told the babysitters and the children and everybody else the reason he had the kids was because I was mentally ill.
Okay. And did that continue up until that time?
And always, yes.
Okay. Now, at the time that when the house was listed for sale, did you at all ever sign a listing agreement?
The Coral Reef home?
Yes.
No, I didn't agree. No.
Okay. And now on Christmas at that time, did you receive any notice while they were in Utah about the sale of the home? The Coral Reef home?
While they were away skiing that Christmas, I received a letter from Dan saying that is that what you're referring to? A
Yes.
letter from Dan saying that I could get my junk out of his house while he was gone on the trip, and then when he got back, he'd be moving.
Okay. And where the stuff that you were to take, where was that? What part of the house? Was
In the
it
garage at Coral Reef.
Okay.
We had moved so many times because of the crack slab to the rental, and then to the rental to Coral Reef, and then I had the Shores house and he had Coral Reef, and now he's moving to Mission Hills, and stuff was just, we were in moving upheaval for so long there since moving out of Coral Reef that things never got unpacked.
Did you get some of your stuff out of the garage?
Yes.
Was there a time later where you tried to get other things that that Dan had taken to
Yes.
Cyprus?
Yes.
Was there a problem with that?
Yes.
And what was that?
That Dan wasn't using it, but he didn't want me to have it either. It was stuff he had in his garage.
Okay. Now, in January, were you aware of whether there was any kind of restraining order against you?
The only restraining order I was aware of was the original one that I think was September, October '85. That's the only one that I know about.
Okay. So there was at least that restraining order that you were aware of?
Right.
Okay. Did you have any, and in January of '85, did you have any legal visitation rights with your children?
No.
And was there anything being told to you about what would happen if you came over to visit your children at Cyprus?
That if I came within 100 yards of the house, that I'd be subject to arrest at all times.
Okay. And during that, and how were you maintaining were you maintaining contact with your children at that time?
I was trying to.
Okay. And how were you doing that?
I could see them at school during a school year, but there wasn't very much free time. I would have lunch with the younger ones, but I'd see them after school, but really they just come out of school and get on a bus and go home, so it wasn't much of a visit. But I'd have to go over to the house if I wanted to see them. That was the only way I could see them.
Okay. So
Or telephone them.
So did that mean that you went within 100 yards of that home to see your children?
Continually, yes.
Did you become aware of, at some time, some offers on your family home in 1986? In other
Some
words-
real estate lady called me about wanting to talk about offers on the house, and I wouldn't talk to her. And she sent me an envelope, and I wouldn't open it. I told her I wasn't interested in selling the house until it was part of the divorce settlement. And Mr. Jaffe, remember, told me, don't sign anything.
And why were you concerned about selling that asset?
Because it was the only thing that had my name on it.
Sustained.
Was there, you knew who Larry Broderick was, didn't you?
Yes.
Were there any suspicions about him?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Was there any suspicions about Dan funneling money to Larry Broderick?
Yes.
Okay, and why were what were those suspicions about?
Well, because I was party to a conversation in Larry Broderick's house a few years earlier, and Larry's friend was present, and he was getting a divorce, and Larry let known his feelings about women in divorce, and he said that
Objection, Your Honor, irrelevant.
Sustained.
Well, did you believe that money was being funneled to Larry Broderick?
Yes, I heard Larry said he
Your
could do
Honor,
that.
excuse me.
You can answer that yes or no.
Yes.
We'll get to the reasons.
Yes.
What were the reasons?
I
Because
object, Your Honor.
State of mind, Your Honor.
It's
What were the reasons?
Because of this conversation that I heard of with Larry, that I was right there. I wasn't eavesdropping or anything, that he was advising this other man who was getting a divorce how to become broke on paper at the time of the divorce and then get the money back on paper. And that it was, Larry's feeling that his wife should not get one copper penny, he said.
Okay. And just before Dan walked out, had there been a number of dealings that you knew that Dan was sending money to Larry Broderick?
A lot of them. Larry had control of all of our investments, as far as I knew. Dan was so busy being a lawyer that he didn't have time for investing, and so he sent all of our money to Larry, and Larry was the investment arm of our family.
Before Dan had walked out, had there been anything that happened with receiving any paperwork from Larry?
Yes, in 1984, I got at the front door a big, thick manila envelope hand-delivered by someone. And I opened it up. I didn't know what it was. And it was real estate things or something about a deal in Colorado. So when Dan came home, I showed him that it came to the house, and he got very mad that it came to the house. He didn't want me to know about something that was going on. And I didn't think much of it at the time. But later on, I thought, no wonder he was mad about things.
Did you at some time find out? Now, during this period of time in January, were you hearing from the children calling over Coral Reef?
Every day, yes.
Okay.
But we wouldn't be
And
calling Coral Reef. I was in the rental house.
No.
I mean, the
Cali de Cielo.
empty house, right?
Okay. And during the period of time, starting in 1985, did you start keeping any kinds of journals?
Yes.
Okay. And what were those journals?
Some lawyer told me to start writing
Objection,
things
Your Honor,
down.
not responding.
Sustained.
Oh,
What were the journals?
things I wrote down.
Okay. And why were you writing things down?
Because I was so stressed and so upset, I couldn't remember things. So I wrote it down so there'd be a record that when I went to the attorneys, there was more of a clear record of what happened and stuff.
Okay. And when you were writing in those, were they always something that was happening that day? Can you explain what kind of writings would be in the diaries?
Well, basically 3 kinds of writings, little things that would happen or big things that would happen that day. And then I would go back and try to say what happened in the past, and then just narrative ranting and ravings about things are in there, not specifically tied to a certain date or a certain event.
At some point in time, the children talked to you about did the children talk to you about how Linda was dressing when she was around the house?
Yes, Kim brought that up, and Kim brought it up that it was embarrassing that she'd be in the kitchen in the morning with her teenage friends, and that Linda would be coming around in, only she didn't call it Linda. She said, it's so embarrassing that your father's girlfriend shows up in the kitchen in nightgowns and stuff. She just thought it was embarrassing.
Do you remember any incident where there was a problem with Rhett being unsupervised playing with matches?
Yes, I had a lot of problems with the children being unsupervised.
Do you remember the date of that?
Not particularly, but yes, he was starting fires. And he had knives, and there was a dog fight. I don't know particularly what date you're referring to, but the children were not being supervised over there.
Do you remember what day you took the furniture from Coral Reef? What specific day?
No. And I couldn't have taken much myself. I didn't move furniture.
Stand.
If you could, do you recognize this page?
Yes, it's one of the pages out of the diaries.
Okay. And does this refresh your recollection as to the date, as to the match incident?
Yes, it's December 7th. The kids are alone because it says it was a Saturday.
She's just being asked if it refreshes her recollection. She should give it to herself.
Stand.
And can you read this to yourself and tell me if that refreshes your recollection as to the time that where you first took some furniture out? Just tell me if it refreshes your recollection. Yes. And what was the date?
12/23/85.
Now, during the did you find out, now during that period of time, was there any other problems with the children when they were over there?
Objection or Vegas to what time we're talking about.
Stand.
Okay. In January and February of 1986 now, did there continue to be problems with the children?
There were constant, everyday problems with the children. I was hysterical being separated from them. I didn't like the babysitters. I thought they weren't being cared for. I thought they were being neglected. They missed me. I missed them.
Was there problems with their clothes, going to school with clothes with holes in them?
There was problems with everything. Yes, that was one of them.
Now, every so often you would write, do you remember the exact dates that every one of these things happened?
These things happen continually, all the time. I might have made a notation on a certain date for a certain specific thing, but these were ongoing, every single day problems of me being one place and them being another place, and nobody taking care of them the way I wanted my children to be raised.
On January 7th, was there a problem with Lee being left home alone from school and being sick in the house?
If that's what it says, then that's what happened on that
Do
day.
you remember that?
Not
now?
clearly, no.
Showing you, and I would like this marked next in order, John.
Can you turn this double M?
Show you some things where we have some specific dates in your diaries, just to see if that refreshes your recollection on whether there was a problem on any of these.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the relevance of the specific date. She's testified she believed it was an ongoing problem. I don't think it's an issue.
I don't see the relevance at this point, Mr. Rowland. Unless it's not January, February of '86, which is what she's testified to. Do you need the specific date?
Well, I mean, I necessarily don't need, I don't know if I need the specific date, Your Honor, as to when all of these things happened.
Objection sustained.
So it says everything else coming.
Was there a problem with with Rhett with an infection?
Yes,
Okay, and what problem was that?
the one under his arm infection. Rhett had ongoing sinus problems, and one time when I picked him up at Francis Parker School, though I don't remember the date, he was holding his arm like this, and it was a Friday because I was picking him up. And I said, Rhett, what's the matter? He said, ow, 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 don't touch, because it hurts. And I said, what happened? And he said, I fell. And he knew his arm hurt. I said, well, let me see. And I took his sweater off and his shirt off, and I was expecting a black and blue or something, and he had a huge infection under his arm, about the size of a golf ball.
Okay, and was there any, I mean, was it a open wound or did it have pus in it?
It was just a big abscess kind of thing, and he had had it for several days, he said.
Okay, did that upset you?
Yes, because obviously nobody looked at him.
Did you ask him why he didn't show it to his father?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it goes to explain her conduct and state of mind.
Well, in 1986, we're still talking February of 86.
Yes, Your Honor, and there's been evidence as to phone calls and that she was upset.
Well, objection sustained.
You've heard a number of phone calls that you made, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. When you made the phone calls, were there things happening that you were being told about children's neglect and whether Dan was taking care of those problems?
Absolutely, yes.
Did you take care of his arm?
Sure. Took care of it right away.
Some point in time, did you find out that your family home had been sold?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you find that out?
I got a phone call in the late afternoon. I was preparing dinner from, I recollect it was Mr. Jaffe.
Okay. And were you informed how your house had been sold?
He started the conversation by saying that your house has been sold. And I was just shocked. And he said that they served him a 4-hour notice. I'd never heard of a 4-hour notice before. I said, what's that? He said, well, they can let the other side know that in 4 hours they're going into court. And if you don't show up, they can get whatever they want. But I didn't know about a 4-hour notice. And I said, how can they sell it without my name on it? I was just really upset. And I couldn't believe that anyone could sell my house that had my name on it without even a phone call or a notice to me. And I was only 10 minutes from court. I could have been there.
Okay. Now, did you have people visiting at that time?
Yes, my parents were here.
Okay.
And Brian from Canada.
Okay. And at any time, did someone try to give you notice at your house or on your phone?
Not at all.
Okay. And had Mr. Jaffe been paid?
No, so he was, and he never filed a response to the divorce. So he was not technically on that day at all, even my attorney of record. I had no attorney of record.
Okay. And do you remember on what date that occurred approximately?
February 3rd, 1986.
Were you given any details of the sale? How it was sold? How much? What was happening?
He didn't have any details. All he had was that he was given a 4-hour notice.
Okay. Now, what did you do when, before you went and contacted Mr. Jaffe, did you have any contact with Mr. Broderick about hiring a lawyer?
Yes, when I was served with the original divorce papers, I knew I had to hire a lawyer or just deal with Dan. So the day I was supposed to drive to LA and hire Mr. Jaffe, I went to Coral Reef first. And I said, Dan, why are you making me do this? I don't want to hire a lawyer. Let's just get together and work this out. I don't think I should hire a lawyer. It's a lot of wasted money. And I just didn't want to hire a lawyer. I just wanted to work it out as quickly, quietly, and cheaply as we could. Just work it out. It seemed very simple to me at that time of why couldn't we just work it out?
And was he willing to do that?
He wouldn't talk to me.
Now, what did you do when you found out your house had been sold?
I was absolutely shocked. I felt sick to my stomach. I couldn't believe it because it represented to me, as I've said earlier.
Sustained.
First of all, what did you do?
I said to my guests, I have to go talk to Dan. I'll be right back.
Okay. And why did you leave right then? What were you feeling that made you leave right then?
I had to talk to Dan. Something really big and important had happened. Mr. Jaffe didn't have his retainer. Who else would I talk to? I had to go talk to Dan. He's the only one who knew the answers. I had questions. He had the answers.
Okay. And so where did you go?
I went to Dan's house. Kim and Lee were there
And what'd you go there for?
to talk to Dan.
Okay. And what did you do when you went to Dan's house?
I sat out back behind the house. There's a large area by the garage. We sat out there because Dan didn't want me in his house. And we waited for Dan to come home. And he did.
Now, before your divorce, did you know a Patty Monahan?
Yes.
Okay. And had she talked to you about her divorce?
Yes.
And did she tell you about anything that she had found in her divorce?
Objection and relevance.
Overruled, may go to state of mind. See where he's going. Go ahead.
Did
Yes.
she tell you about, and what did she tell you that she had found?
That she had found this Gray, Carey, Ames, and Fry memo to the partners of steps to be taken when preparing for divorce. And it was how to get the maximum leverage in a divorce.
And did she tell you what maximum leverage was?
Well, I remember from her divorce, and I lived through her divorce with her, that they tried to sell their home that they'd been in for a long time and move to a rental. And when my divorce happened, it seemed to me that the same things were happening. That my husband tried to get me out of the house we had 10 years worth of equity in and into a temporary living situation. That is, in fact, what happened. What saved Patty Monahan was that her house didn't sell.
Was the memo about things that they can legally take or how to do something with your assets so the wife didn't know? How was it?
I never saw
But
the
when she
paper.
explained it to you, did
When she explained it, she said that her attorney was dying to get his hands on it because he thought it would be very incriminating against her husband during her divorce. But all I knew is what I saw Dave Monahan do in his divorce. And when I saw Dan doing similar, if not exactly the same things to me, I used to say Dan went to the Dave Monahan divorce school.
And that was to put you at a disadvantage in.
And that was to get rid of assets and not pay taxes and not pay down credit cards and do all kinds of similar things I heard that Mr. Monahan did during their divorce.
When you went to, what did you do when you got to Dan's house?
I just waited for him to come home,
And where did you wait?
out in the back area by the garages.
And who was,
Kim and Lee were there.
did Dan eventually come home?
Yes.
And what did Dan do after driving up to the house?
When he saw me, he just went like gray white. He was not happy to see me. And he said, "You have 10 seconds to get off my property or I'm calling the police."
Did you try to talk to him?
I said, yes.
What
I
did
said,
you,
wait a minute. I just want some answers. I just want to talk to you.
and what was his response?
He didn't want to talk to me. He wouldn't talk to me. And I said, girls, I mean, all I want to do is talk to this guy. I mean, it's going to call the police. And I was scared that he was going to call the police.
And did you have any suspicions about that sale of the house? What the
I
purpose?
didn't know how much he sold it for or who he sold it to. Well, yeah, I had all kinds of problems, or, how I was going to get my half of money or what was going to happen. Because all I knew was a phone call, my house had been sold, and I needed the details.
And so what did you do when he told you that he was going to have you arrested?
I left. I was scared.
Was there anything mentioned about talking to attorneys at that time?
Yes, he said to me, call your attorney. And I said, well, thanks to you not sending him the $10,000, he won't do anything. And then he said, well, call my attorney. And I said, I have called your attorney. In fact, I called Mr. Ashworth in the beginning, which was Dan's attorney, and said, why don't you just do it for the both of us? And Ashworth would not talk to me at all. He said, I can't talk to you, Mrs. Broderick. I won't talk to you. I can't talk to you. So I had nobody that I could go to except Dan. And Dan wouldn't talk to me.
At that point in time, how did you feel about what Dan was doing with the house and in a 4-hour notice?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
Did you return to the house at some point in time?
Yes,
Okay, and what did you do when you returned to the house?
I bammed my car into his front door.
Okay, and why did you run your car into his front door?
I was extremely hysterical. I was totally upset. I was crying. The biggest thing that bothered me was, besides the sale of the house, the biggest thing that bothered me was that the way he was treating me. This is the man that was supposed to take care of us and that I trusted and all that baloney. And I went to him for answers, and the way he treated me was just so awful and so cold and just non-communicative. Like, it was just like, screw you, just die, get out of my life, go away. He had no respect for me at all.
Did you have a weapon with you at that time?
I don't remember.
Do you
I
remember?
know Lily says there was one in the car.
What happened at that time? Did someone call the police?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, and where were you taken?
To county mental health.
Okay, and do you recall a reason why you were taken there?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Because I bammed my car into his door.
Okay, do you know who requested that you be brought to a mental hospital?
I assume Dan.
How long were you held in the hospital?
It was a 72-hour hold, they called it. I didn't know I could have gotten out earlier, so I didn't even try. I just sat there for 72 hours.
At the time that you were in there, did you get transferred from a county facility to a private facility?
Yes?
And did you end up running into a doctor who you had known through your dealings with Dan?
Yes, the same Dr. Zedimer that he took me to months earlier. Remember, I thought we were going to have counseling, and he was going to just leave me there because he didn't need counseling, only I needed counseling. So the same doctor showed up there.
And do you know how you got transferred from a county facility to a facility where Dr. Zunimer was?
How I
Yeah.
got transferred? You mean the paperwork or physically or?
Do you know why? Did anyone ever tell you why you
No.
were transferred to a place where Dr. Zunimer was?
Well, I thought Dan did it. Dan wanted me moved.
Now, after you were committed, were you ever billed by that hospital?
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
I'll make an offer of proof on that,
I don't see the relevance of it. Come on up, make it off proof if you want. I don't.
How did you feel at that time about your need for psychological help?
At the county mental health, you had an interview with a psychiatrist, and there was a form you had to fill out. What are your problems, and why are you crazy? And do you have drinking problems, drug problems, marital problems, all these kind of problems. And the only kind of problem I felt that I had at the time was I couldn't get a lawyer. I needed a lawyer. I needed a lawyer to represent me properly against Dan, and that's what I wrote on the form. My problem is I need a lawyer.
Now, did you have any fears about seeing a doctor for mental health problems or confiding in a doctor at that time?
For two reasons, yes. That doctor particularly because he represented to me one of Dan's experts. And Dan, was a medical malpractice attorney who had experts in every field of medicine that he used routinely. And his experts would always more or less say what he wanted them to say. So I would not submit myself to any sort of an exam by one of Dan Broderick's experts. It seemed ridiculous. And the other reason was he was trying to say I was crazy. That was his whole thing, is the reason he had to leave me and the reason he took the children and the reason he got a divorce was his poor wife was nutty. And his wife wasn't nutty, so I wasn't going to go see a bunch of psychiatrists to prove I was nutty.
Yeah. During the time that you were married to Mr. Broderick, was his image important to him?
Yes, always. From the moment I met him, his image was very important, all through medical school and law school. I tried to say earlier, the way he dressed and the way he carried himself and the way he acted, he always had a tremendous image, tremendous ego and a tremendous image. And it served him very well, always.
Yeah.
His clothes were always flamboyant. That was part of the image, always, even when we were poor.
Now, I talked to you about the you mentioned the fact of Dan and drinking. Was there a problem during your marriage with Dan and drinking?
Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled, you can answer that.
Yes, a tremendous ongoing problem, only I didn't consider it a problem for the very first 8, 9, 10 years. I thought he was just a party boy and just a fun guy,
Was there any particular problem that would arise that was related to the drinking?
Well, besides the drunk drive, he had several drunk driving arrests, but besides that, you mean passing out and stuff?
Well, the next day, would there be any problems? Would the drinking cause any problems? He'd go out at night, kids wouldn't be around, you wouldn't be around. Would that cause any problems later?
The next day?
Yes.
Yes, Dan was not a violent drunk when he was drunk. When he was drunk, he was sappy and funny and romantic and slobbery and cute. And he was not an angry drunk. But the next day, when his head was as big as this, and he had a hangover, is when we'd hear about all the ranting and the raving and the smashing and the screaming and the yelling. And he just had no patience with anyone. And that was always the next day.
Okay. And during the time that you were married to him, was there any time that Mr. Broderick would get physical with you?
Yes.
Okay. And how would he do that? What kind of things would happen?
Well, again, in the beginning, I thought a lot of it was funny, but he, whenever I said something he didn't like, he'd grab me by the neck and pull my face up into his face and say, "What did you say? What did you say?" Until I agreed with him. And then he'd say, "Okay. And I don't want to hear that from you again." But it was part of him playing with me, but it was also part of him training me what I could say in his presence, And then there was a time when I skied up to him and my skis went over his by just a little bit. And without saying anything or anything, his reaction was to hit me like that. And I just went flying in the snow and I practically broke my leg because of the ski things. And I was crying and everything because the ski bindings didn't pop. And so he was very physical with me in the beginning, but as the years went by, I learned to either placate him or stay away from him.
Okay. Was there times when he would do something? Were there times when you would be present when he would physically do things in the room or where he was?
Oh, sure.
Doors or
yes. When we were poor and stuff, it was more of a problem because we couldn't repair the things that he smashed, and we were afraid that the people we were renting from would want us to rebuild the walls and the doors and the desks and things that he would smash. But as we got money and as the things got to be ours, he could just smash anything he wanted, and there was no problem because we just have to go out and replace it or repair it. But that was his way of acting out, was screaming and yelling and smashing things and saying, "Next time it'll be you."
Did in any of the times when he was destroying things, did you ever get physically hurt?
Yes.
And what kind of physical injuries have you? An example of a physical injury that you suffered?
Well, when he punched me that time with the car, I got a broken sternum and it hurt for months. I got a black eye when he went like that once. I don't know if it was his hand or his elbow or something that hit me, and he was going to smash something and I got in the way. And like the time when I got pushed off the skis, I couldn't walk on that leg for a long time. I had a totally sprained ankle.
Did you learn to avoid Mr. Broderick when he was in a bad mood?
Yes, and I learned to keep the kids away from him too.
Now, in 1986, did you learn about an event at Mr. Broderick's house on St. Patrick's Day?
Yes, St. Patrick's Day was always a big party and a big crowd and lots of noise and lots of drunkenness. But that particular one, Kim told me that it was really gross because Larry Broderick had a kilt on, a skirt, and he was telling the teenage girls that he was jumping on in Kim's bed, that he had no underwear on under it. And he was jumping on Connie, I think. One of Kim's friends was in bed with Kim, and Larry was jumping on them and saying in this kilt and acting like a real fool. And Linda's sister was there, and it was again from Kim. These reports are all from Kim, or I wouldn't have known anything.
Okay.
It was really disgusting, and everyone was drunk.
How did you feel about the care that your children were getting at that time?
Probably the same as I did all along. I didn't think the babysitters were doing, I didn't think they worked enough hours. They weren't there enough to put the kids off in the morning and make sure that nobody was supervising the mornings. Was your homework done? Is your hair combed? Are your teeth brushed? Did you have a breakfast? Do you have a sweater? Do you have the right shoes and socks? What's happening in school today? Do you have the right papers? Do you have that's a big thing to me in the morning, that each kid is settled and sent off correctly. No one sent these kids off in the morning, any of them. They got up themselves, they dressed themselves, they complained to me there was never any breakfast food, or if there was milk, it was rotten milk, there was no cereal, there was no juice. And they went on a bus in the morning, which also made me mad. Dan paid a lot of money. These poor, especially Danny and Rhett, would ride this bus all over San Diego when school was less than 10 minutes from their house. It was like 5 minutes from their house. But Dan didn't want to drive them, so he paid for this bus. And then Lily had problems getting to school in La Jolla, where he didn't want to drive her, and he wouldn't drive her. And the day she was 15 and a half, where
Stay.
Did anything happen with Lee, problems with Lee and driving to school?
Objection irrelevant.
Stay.
Again, I would offer for state of mind as to.
Objection sustained.
You were angry and upset during that period of time?
yes,
And were there a number of things that were happening during that period of time?
always, a whole big number of things.
Now, in the spring of 86, did you start a job anywhere? Did you start working anywhere?
I believe so. I started, I hadn't seen the kids for a long time, so I got a job so I wouldn't go nuts.
Okay. And where did you go to work?
I got a job at a brand new establishment called Simic Art Gallery in La Jolla.
Okay. Now, how was the visitation being arranged then? Was there any kind of visitation schedule?
There's never, no, all through this, there was no visitation schedule.
So
And I hadn't seen the children for quite a while, and I was very nervous and very bored, and that's why I got the job. The job paid no money. It was only commission.
And how was the visitation arranged? How would you know whether the children were going to come visiting or not?
Well, I got a letter from Dan at one point saying that, I would have to arrange visitation with him, but he would refuse to take my calls or speak to me in person for any reason. So how could I arrange visitation with him? So I would the kids would ask me, could they come? And I'd say, okay. And then they'd go ask Dan, could they come? And then they'd have to get back to me. It was total confusion. I'd get phone calls from kids at school saying, where are you? I'm like, what do you mean, where am I? Nobody told me I'm supposed to be there. And it was just total confusion. And it was never the same twice. Every single week was different. I wouldn't find out until picking up time at school on Friday if I was supposed to have those kids or not. It was impossible for me or the children to make plans. And if I had something
Objection, Your
specific,
Honor. It's getting very narrow.
Sustained.
Okay. And what would you, how were you trying to arrange your life at that time? Were you filling up calendars with other events, or were you trying to be open for your children? What were you doing?
My priority was always the children, but at that time, there was a reason, or I didn't get the kids for a long time, so I took the job.
Stand.
When you would find out that you were going to get at the last minute the children for a weekend, would you change your plans if you had any?
Yes.
And how were you communicating with your children at that time when you started the job in May of 1985?
As I've said before, if I could catch them for a few seconds at school, which was rare, or the telephone primarily, or I'd have to go over to Dan's house.
Then answered as she indicated.
Sustained.
During that period of time, was there anything that was done at the Broderick house that made it difficult, and I'm talking about Daniel Broderick's house, to now communicate on the phone with your children?
Yes, the answering machine was put on.
Okay. And how did that answering machine work?
It was a separate machine from the telephone, and you could turn the volume on it up or down, or turn the machine off. And you could turn the volume on the phone up or down, or turn the phone off. And they were separate things.
Would the answering machine work if you were calling that house and the phone was just disconnected, or no phone in the house, but the answering machine was connected to the phone line? Would it still work?
Yes.
Okay. And was there, were you aware of how many phone numbers or phone lines were going into that house?
Yes, 2.
Okay. And what was your understanding of what those phone lines were for?
Is that there was Dan's phone line and the children's phone line. Dan's phone line, the phones, I don't know if I knew all of this back then. I may have heard some of it in testimony here, but I knew there were 2 phone lines.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Well, at some time you learned about at some point in time you learned about how that answering machine was being used. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you learn about how that answering machine was being used?
Objection. She's indicated she's learned this through testimony and trial.
Sustained. Sustained.
Your Honor, I'd like her answer read back. I think she said she learned some of that through testimony at trial.
Just ask her to tell you what
Okay.
she.
Can you tell me at that point in time what you knew about the telephone?
Right.
Okay.
I'll try.
Go ahead. Try the
I
best you
knew there
can.
were 2 lines, Dan's line and the kids' line. I only knew the kids' phone number, and the machine was put on the kids' phone number with Linda's voice on it, and the kids told me, especially Kim told me, when she would call, she told me that the ringers would be turned off on the phone, or the phone would be locked in a closet, and that my messages could come through, but they could neither answer the phone or call me back from their line, and they were not allowed to touch Dan's line.
Did you at some point in time, were there times when you were doing anything to try to let people know that you were trying to call the house? Children know?
I'd call and call and call and call all the time. I just keep calling and calling and calling until someone would hear the click on the machine, or I'd get some sort of a response.
Okay, so if you were to call and talk for a minute and hang up, call and talk for a minute and hang up, the machine would turn on and off?
Right. And if they were right next to it, I got them a few times. They could hear the machine clicking on and off, and then they'd answer the phone, but there'd be no ring or noise or anything.
Sometimes when you were calling the children, would it be in response always to, were you just calling, or sometimes would it be in response to their calls to you?
We had a constant back and forth, and the 4 children did everything separately. Each child, when they wanted to talk to me, called me. So there was it seemed to be a lot of back and forth because they were all separate.
During the
And I
times
would
that,
answer they'd leave messages for me and I'd call them back and I'd give them the answers or try to.
during the time that you were mentioning that there was problems at the house and people hurt or there's no food, would the kids call?
Yes,
Would they sometimes leave messages on your machines?
yes.
And what would their attitude? Would they be calling happy, terrified, crying?
I got all kinds of messages. I got hysterical ones and crying ones and moaning ones and where are you, Mom? And why don't you call back? And I need this and I need that. The relationship between the children and I,
Objection, Your Honor, not responding.
Sustain.
And why would you keep trying to call back?
Objection, yes, to the answer.
Sustain.
Your Honor, I'd like to be heard. I don't believe I've asked that question.
You may not have asked it, but she's answered it, Mr. Early. Go ahead, ask her something else.
Would you get all your messages when you would first system of trying to call back the kids when they were calling, wanting to know why you weren't returning their calls? Would all your messages be bad from the very beginning?
not at all, no.
Sometimes would you call a number of times, 10, 11, 12 times before you'd leave a message that had,
Objection, Your Honor, counsel is the leading witness.
Sustain.
can you explain to me some of the times when you would call, how you would, how the messages would progress if they did at all?
Well, I'd try and call back and just simply talk to the kids. And when I hit the machine, I'd be frustrated. And then I'd call back again and again, and my frustration would be escalating. And I'd get really angry that I couldn't get through. And it would mean that I'd have to drive all the way over there. And even if I drove over there to talk to the kids, I was, in contempt of court. So I'd get really, really angry that they were just using that machine on purpose to get me angry and to get me upset that I couldn't get in touch with the kids. And they knew that that would work every time.
And why were you leaving? And did you leave obscene messages on the phone?
Yes,
And why was that?
because it all built not only on particular days, but the whole situation built up to that I could never get through with the kids and that they were just taping every single message every time I'd call. And it was just Linda just needling me and driving me crazy. She didn't live in that house. She wasn't a Broderick. She didn't belong on their machine at all. And it just got out of hand until the judge stepped in and put a stop to it.
Now, at that point in time, when you're screaming on the phone, how did you feel about what was happening to you, your ability to handle what was happening to you in court and financially with Mr. Broderick?
I felt totally powerless to control my life, my children, my finances. I had no control over any aspect of anything. I was completely at Mr. Broderick's mercy, and he didn't show much of that.
And so what were the phone messages?
Objection, Your Honor, vague and answer.
Sustain.
Well, were the phone messages for you a position of...
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
Answer.
How did you feel when you were leaving those phone messages?
Objection, answer.
Overall, you can answer that.
I felt like it was my only place in time to vent my incredible frustration at the situation and at Dan and Linda and at the world in general. I was just furious.
Did you have any feeling about Mr. Broderick and trying to control you at all?
Objection, answer.
Sustain.
How did you feel about the swearing and whether he was going to be able to, was that something that you felt he was going to be able to control?
I know he didn't like it when I called him names. He got very mad when I called him names. So I purposely called him names to show him how mad I was.
Did you do anything, how many phone lines were coming into your house?
2 regular phone lines and a cellular line.
What was the purpose of having two lines?
I also had a main, because I also had a main house line and the children's line, but being that they didn't live there, I just had two lines.
Okay. Who was there certain people that only had one number? In
In my house,
Yes.
the cellular number?
You had two lines in your house. Did you ever have answering machines on any of those lines?
Yes, on the main number, 8320.
Okay. And did you ever keep one of those lines clear?
Yes, I kept that line clear.
And what was the purpose of keeping that clear?
So the kids could always get through. When I made outgoing phone calls, I used the other line so the kids wouldn't reach a busy signal because I didn't have call waiting. So the kids could always call through, and it was two lines in one phone, and I could listen to what messages were coming in while I was on the other line. And then I could interrupt the line I was on and pick up the kids' call.
And if the kids left a message and if you didn't answer the call, were you able to call right back and get a hold of them at their house all the time?
No, that was the problem.
Okay. And did you have another phone? You mentioned a cellular phone. What was the purpose of that?
Again, before I got the cellular phone, I'd be down at the beach walking in the morning, or I'd be out aimlessly walking around shopping just because I lived alone and I was so bored.
Sustained.
Okay. Why did you have the other phone line?
Because I'd miss messages from the children. So I got this cellular phone that you could hold in your hand. It wasn't connected to a car or anything. And it came with me everywhere. It came with me to the beach in the morning. It came with me to Nordstrom's. It came with me out to lunch. And cellular phones, the only people who knew that number were the children and Brad, so that they could reach me directly no matter what. And I'd leave a message on my home machine that said, I can't be reached. I'm not home right now. Leave a message or call the purse phone is what I called it. And the kids knew then to call the purse phone.
Do you remember a weekend in around Memorial Day of 1986 when the children were brought to your house at the last minute?
Yes, that was, keep going? Yes.
Okay. And what was happening that weekend?
I was working at the Simic Art Gallery. I was getting ready to go to work. I had to be there within like the next 15 minutes. The next thing I know, the kids are crashing in my front door. Hi, Mom.
Okay. Did you know they were going to be there?
Not a phone call, nothing. I had no idea they were coming.
And did it cause problems at work?
I was frantic when I made some phone calls to Dan's house because I didn't want to go to work and leave the kids at my house unattended. But yet I would have disappointed work. I mean, I can't not show up at work either. So that's when I made those frantic phone calls to Dan's house. What we found out later is Dan wasn't home.
Sustained.
Did you later at some point in time find out whether Dan was in fact home that weekend?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled. You can answer that.
After he dumped the kids on my lawn, he went to the Ritz-Carlton in Laguna Beach for the weekend. So he wasn't home and he didn't get those calls.
Okay. And was your job something where you could just call somebody up and have somebody up show up on Memorial Day weekend to do your work?
No, because it was a startup business too. We were all brand new and I didn't even know the other workers. And no, it was too late to call anybody. I was supposed to be there. And so all the kids were hysterical and I was hysterical and Dan was gone. We couldn't get him.
And sometime did you learn about a request for a procedure on settling property of finalizing the actual divorce? In other words, that you would no longer be married, but continuing the property issues.
Yes, I got something along those lines that I was supposed to sign and agree to. And of course I wouldn't agree to that. No.
Okay. Did you have a lawyer at that time?
No.
Okay. And you got it in the mail, is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay.
I
Did
may
you
have gotten
understand-
it at Simic Art Gallery. I got something there.
Okay. Did you receive a settlement proposal in March as to listing some assets, what the firm was worth and other things from Mr. Broderick's lawyer?
I don't remember if it was in March, but I remember getting a thing that I couldn't figure out. Right.
Okay. And at that time, Mr. Jaffe still had not been retained. He hadn't gotten his $10,000 yet.
Right.
The, did you learn again that summer what was going to be, where your children were going to be? Summer of '86. Did your
Yes,
children?
Dan was going to send them to camps again and back to his family again.
Was that something that you were consulted about or talked to about at all?
No.
And who informed you of these plans? If you can remember.
The children.
Okay. And during that summer, where were you living?
July 86?
Yeah.
I was in the Shores house.
Cali de Cielo?
Yes,
And you'd been living there since roughly June of 1985.
correct.
And were you served somewhere again with court papers?
Yes,
And where was that?
at the Civic Art Gallery.
And how did anything happen after you got the court papers there? Did you do anything in regards to that job?
Every time I got served with papers.
Objection, Your Honor, no response.
Sustained.
Okay. First of all, did you do anything after you got served with the court papers?
Yes,
Okay, what'd you do?
I quit the job
Why was that? What was
because I had so much stress happening from being served with all these papers all the time. And these last papers, I think, were about him going to settle, whatever you just described earlier, about him settling something and putting something off to later. And I felt it was absolutely essential that I get a lawyer fast. So I was spending a lot of time in lawyers' offices interviewing lawyers and talking about getting a lawyer for this case. I was interviewing Mr. Hennenhofer during that summer, and he tied the case up for weeks because of military service, and I really thought he was going to take the case. And so I had him, and I remember seeing a whole bunch of other attorneys trying to get legal representation. And I told the people at CIMIC I'd be back when the legal stuff was over because I was just so nervous I couldn't function.
Okay. Now, and how did you feel about being served at CIMIC?
Every single time I was served with papers, I felt like I was being attacked. That's how I perceived it. It was a new set of threats and attacks and scary things, and I didn't know how to react other than just get very, very upset and feel very helpless and threatened and defenseless until I got an attorney that was going to defend me.
Now, did you know what bifurcation meant at that time?
No, I'd never heard the word before.
Okay. Did you find out what it meant?
At that time,
Yes.
when I got served the papers,
Well, no. Did you find out eventually what bifurcation meant?
when it happened,
Okay. And at that time, were you aware of any assets with your name on it from your marriage that any longer existed? Your house had been sold. Any other assets? Did you know?
no, there weren't any.
Did you have any knowledge during that period of time, or were you given any input as to what was going to happen to assets, whether they were going to be sold, kept, how you could use those assets, what you could do with the money?
No.
At that point in time, how did you feel about having some kind of control over your assets or negotiating a settlement?
I needed control over my life. I had no control over anything. There was never a single night I put my head on the pillow and knew I'd have a roof over my head. That house was in Dan's name. The car was in Dan's name. I had no flow of money that was guaranteed by anybody. It was just a little here or a little there or whatever Dan felt like. And I felt absolutely victimized. I felt like anytime he wanted to just jerk me around, he'd just do that. And I was tied to the end of the string with him. And he did that. And my life went like that. And that's what he did all the time. And I couldn't get stability.
And what do you mean by stability?
Where you knew that exactly how much you were getting a month and exactly where you were going to live, and if you were going to get a job, how much you needed to earn, and if you were going to be a mother of children, were you the mother of 1, 2, 3, or 4 children, and if you were the mother, were you the mother 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 days or nights a week? And I just needed something that I'm a schedule type person. I could never plan the next day because I never knew what was going to happen insofar as the money, the house, the car, the kids. Basic essentials in life that you have to take care of before then you have the energy to go on and do the other things I used to do in life.
Did you know whether you even had any assets at all to be able to support the kids if support was cut off, or be able to send them to college or do anything else?
Your Honor, asked and answered.
I didn't.
Sustained.
How did you feel about Mr. Broderick at that time? We're talking about around July, August of 1986 when the court hearings were going on.
Objection asked and answered. Your Honor, you should just leave it.
Overruled. Answer that. Go ahead.
He told the children he was sending them out of town because he was going to do something that enraged me, which he meant was the bifurcation. And so I thought he was being cruel and manipulative and controlling and cold-hearted. He knew I needed a settlement to have a life, and he absolutely refused to come to any sort of settlement on anything. He had no reason to settle with me.
Was there any court-ordered support at this time?
No,
Okay. And at this point in time, did Dan implement any fine system?
yes.
And do you remember what the fine system was?
He didn't like me calling him names, so every time I called him a name, it was going to cost me money. And every time I called Linda a name, it was going to cost me money. And every time I stepped foot on his property, it was going to cost me money.
Okay.
I
Now, who was going to be the person to decide if you had done something wrong and how much that was going to cost you, and who was going to keep it out?
Dan,
There was no court involved. There was no going to court to have this happen? Okay. Your Honor, I have some on this line. I would ask the court to take some judicial notice of some court proceedings that were going on in the late summer and fall of 1985.
All right.
I'll turn this right side up.
Probably beneficial. You've attached HH2 to the large poster board marked HH.
Yes, Your Honor. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, I would indicate that there is a strip that indicates petition for dissolution in order to show cause an injunctive order was filed, the divorce papers on September 23rd, 1985.
Take judicial notice of that.
And that on October 18th, 1985, there was an attempted service and an injunctive order and a TRO attached. That would be the petition.
Take judicial notice of that.
That
Sorry, October.
yes, October 18th. On October 25th, there was a order to show cause issued an injunctive order with a TRO attached.
Take judicial notice of that.
And again, Your Honor, that was just simply filed with the court. There was no action on the defendant.
Yes.
The October 25th.
That is correct. That's correct, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
On October 28th, there was personal servants of the summons and petition that was filed in September.
Take judicial notice of that.
On November 11th, there was personal service and an order to show cause contempt.
Take judicial notice of that.
On November 21st, there was an order issued, restraining order of mutual stay away.
Take judicial notice of that. Might this be a good time to take a morning recess, Mr. Early?
If it's a good time for court, that'd be fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our morning recess at this time. Please remember the admonition. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes or until 10 minutes to 11. People, State of California versus Betty Broderick. Court finds all members of the jury panel are present. All counsel are present. Ms. Broderick is back on the witness stand. You may proceed, Mr. Early. Certainly.
Your Honor, I would like the court to take additional notice of some legal actions that are present on board 926.
Is that January to
January till June.
have it marked HH-3?
It hasn't been, Your Honor.
HH-3. That would be what it would be marked. Go
Would
ahead.
be, yes. There, January 15th, there's a service of an order to show cause contempt and order to show cause custody, visitation, and injunctive order.
Take judicial notice of that.
On January 22nd, there was a meeting with conciliation counselor, appearances by Dan Broderick.
No appearance by the defendant.
Yes, sir. Appearances by Dan Broderick.
Take judicial notice of that.
Ex-party, there was on February 4th, there was an ex-party appointment of a licer on 4-hour notice, Your Honor.
Take judicial notice of that.
Your Honor, and another exhibit that I would ask to be marked HH4, which shows 1986, the months of July through December 31st.
So marked.
There was, I'd ask the court to take judicial notice of personal service on July 2nd of an order to show cause of custody, visitation, injunctive order, and bifurcation and jurisdictional testimony.
Take judicial notice of that.
On July 16th, there was a hearing where the marriage was bifurcated and dissolution was granted.
Take judicial notice of that.
On July 29th, there was a personal service of bifurcation and sole custody, no visitation, stay away order.
Take judicial notice of that.
On October 2nd, there was a response to petition requesting dissolution.
Take judicial notice of that.
On November 11th, there was a stipulation and an order in regards to advance against community property and payment of attorney's fees.
Take judicial notice of that.
It was on December 8th, there was an order to show cause and application, custody, visitation, and support filed by the defendant, Elizabeth Broderick.
Take judicial notice of that.
On December 9th, there was a stipulation and order shortening time for the hearing filed by the defendant, Elizabeth Broderick.
Take judicial notice of that.
On December 11th, there was a stipulation and order in regards to advance on community that was filed by the defendant, Elizabeth Broderick.
Take judicial notice of that.
On December 16, there was a hearing and an order to show cause in regards to custody, visitation, and support.
Take judicial notice of that.
There was, on December 24th, there was a service of responsive declaration.
Take judicial notice of that.
And on the 30th of December, there was a hearing in regards to custody, visitation, and support, and an income expense declaration as well.
Take judicial notice of that.
Excuse me, while we're on this time period, the court was also going to take judicial notice of the July 14, 1986 meeting with conciliation court where there was appearance by Dan Broderick and no appearance by the defendant. That was me.
We'll take judicial notice of that if somebody wants to put it on there.
Okay, put it on your
For the record, all this judicial notice is taken pursuant to section 452D of the evidence code.
Now, before the day that the hearing was to be held in regards to visitation, did you do anything to the court?
Yes,
What did you do?
I called.
And who did you call?
I called the courtroom where the hearing was supposed to take place.
And what was your purpose of calling them?
I said I could not get an attorney. I've been interviewing attorneys every single week. I had several different appointments and I couldn't get an attorney by that time in San Diego. So I asked them to please put it off until I could get an attorney. I told them I had appointments the next few days.
Okay. And did you know which court it was where this was going to be heard?
I guess I did because I called there.
And which court was that?
I don't know.
Okay.
Some court that was on some paper.
Do you know who Judge Milks is?
Yes,
Okay. And you know whether he was the one that heard the bifurcation order? In other words, was he the one that heard that order?
I don't know.
At the time that, can I have a moment, Ron?
Certainly.
I'll just come back to that Ron, rather than looking.
All right.
Were you upset about how that hearing proceeded? How you lost complete custody and rights to visit your children?
Yes, I didn't know anything like that could happen.
And was there anything about the hearing itself, whether there was testimony or how that hearing proceeded that bothered you, that upset you?
That I was,
Your Honor, the witness was not at the hearing. It would just be based on speculation or hearsay.
Sustain.
After the hearing proceeded, was there a time that you learned about whether the hearing had proceeded with testimony, whether there had been anything done at the hearing to present evidence, or whether it was just done on the request of Ms. Broderick? Did you learn that at some point in time?
right.
Okay. And what was your reaction to that?
I didn't know things like that could happen.
Okay. Were you happy about it? Were you upset? Carefree? How did you feel about it? I understand you didn't understand that could happen.
An illustration of how I felt about it was at my appointment the next day or two.
The witness could simply answer the
Sustain.
question.
Just give me the word, okay?
I don't know what the word is. I couldn't even breathe. I was crying so hard. I couldn't talk. I couldn't stand up. I didn't know what to do. I don't know how to describe those sorts of feelings. I didn't know it was in the realm of possibility that such things could happen in the world. I didn't know one person could divorce the other person and give them in exchange for that absolutely nothing. And I didn't know children could be taken away from a mother without any testimony or any evidence of any kind being presented. Fully, he got sole custody, no visitation. That meant I had no rights to ever see my children again or do anything with them. I was just terminated as a mother.
How were you in 1985? How were you physically feeling at that time? time that you were away from your children over the Christmas holidays and January.
Objection, Your Honor, this is going to answer.
Sustained.
I don't believe I asked about physically feeling your aunt.
She's answered.
Sustained.
At this period in time, can you describe how you were doing physically to the things that were happening?
I was,
And we're talking about 1986, during a time when you were served at your place of employment and found out that you were terminated as a mother.
Objection, Your Honor. She was never terminated as a mother, ever.
Sustained. Let's rephrase it, Mr. Early. I would ask how she was feeling in July of 86. What you're trying to find out?
Yes, Your Honor.
She asked it that way.
How were you doing physically at that time?
the only word I can think of is I was suffering. I was suffering terribly from the effects of the tremendous and relentless stress of the situation that I was in. I was in great pain. I was suffering. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't eat. I couldn't function. I was terrified of what was happening and what was going on. And I felt helpless and defenseless at that time to prevent it or make it stop or to defend myself.
When you mentioned that, at least as control, wanting some control over your assets, had that been your feeling during your marriage?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained.
During the summer when your children were out of town, was there any contact between you and your children?
Yes, I got letters from them when they were at camp, and I tried to call them when they were in Ohio.
Yeah. Was there, in the letters that you were getting in camp from the children, what were those about?
They were-
Objection, Your Honor.
No, sustained.
Your Honor, they go to state of mind, may be heard?
Do you want to show the letters or?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, I still object to the relevance of these letters.
Yeah. Overruled. So go ahead. Do I have it marked?
Yes, Your Honor.
And it's double O for the record, and tell me how many pages that is.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 pages.
7 pages of those. Is there a date on it, Mr. Early?
No, there's not dates, Your Honor. They appear to be addressed to your mom, and there's children's signatures on them.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, may I be heard in regards to the relevance of the letter?
Certainly, come on up.
I'm just going to show you double O. I'm not going to ask you the contents of it. You just look at them and say, and tell me whether you recognize receiving this.
Yes.
in 1986, were there problems that developed when your children returned from camp in Ohio?
Yes,
And were those problems that were very upsetting to you and the children?
yes.
The you know how many babysitters there had been in the home in Mr. Broderick's home by September of '86? How many different ones?
Not exactly, no.
Okay,
Probably 5, 6.
and how are you getting along with them? Getting along good, not good?
Well, I wanted,
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did the in the fall of 1986, was there a problem in regards to Rhett and a dog?
I heard that Rhett had been bitten by a dog.
Did he try to get a hold of you?
Yes,
And what happened? Did he want you to come over?
yes, and he got a hold of me, but he got in trouble. Kim yelled at him for calling me because then I came over and Dan didn't want me to come over, and so Kim was yelling at Rhett for calling me.
Okay.
And that even made him more upset.
Now, when you were getting the temporary support from Mr. Broderick at that time, were there deductions for things other than the fines that he was deducting?
Yes,
And what were those things?
different bills of mine that he paid, different expenses. I don't know, it varied every month.
Was house payments and taxes and things being taken out?
Yes,
And the checks that you would get after all the deductions, what form would the checks come in?
well, sometimes there'd be 5 or 6 different checks from different sources, third-party checks, not Dan Broderick's checks to me. And he'd add all those up, and if they came to more than what he wanted to give me, I'd owe him the next month, and he'd take it out of next month. And if they were less, then he'd write a personal check to make up the difference. But it was very, very complicated and different all the time.
And during that period of time, what would be the range of support that you would get when you actually got some money in the fall of 1986?
From absolutely nothing at all to substantial money, and anywhere in between.
Okay, did you know from month to month whether you were going to be getting the zero amount or a lot of money?
Not until it came, no.
And were there times, did you always every month get money? For instance,
No.
in October, November,
No.
what would happen then?
Well, the one month that it was minus $1,300 is by the time he did all of his fancy footwork and fines and deductions and everything else, I owed him $1,300 in November of '86.
Now, in the fall of '86, did Dan leave the country at any time?
Yes,
And where did he go?
to Europe for 3 weeks.
And during the period of time that he was in Europe, had arrangements been made for the children?
There was a babysitter at that time named Marika, and she was supposed to mind them at the house, Marika.
And did you know how long Dan and Linda left for?
I just thought 3 weeks. I don't know who told me that.
Okay.
I guess Marika did.
Did you receive any phone calls while they were away from the home?
Yes, a lot of phone calls, the regular from the kids, and Marika called also.
And was there any phone calls about problems they were having with money and food?
Yes, as Dan left checks per week, but they were post-dated, and she had gone through that week's money, and it wasn't very much money. I think it was only $100 each week. The money was all gone, and she needed money and food, and Lily was sick, and she wanted some medicine for Lily. So I went grocery shopping and I brought over medicine and I gave them cash because they needed money.
Now, when you went over there in response to that, did you know that you were violating the restraining order in the stay order?
I was never sure if the restraining order that I got in the beginning that applied to Coral Reef automatically transferred to that house. But I knew Dan didn't want me in his house. So I went there, but I didn't technically know that I was in violation of the restraining order. But I knew he didn't want me there.
And you were being told that, even though you didn't know whether it was, you were being told you could be arrested for being there.
Objection, Your Honor. Legal.
Sustained.
Were you told anything about what could happen to you if you went over there?
Always. If I went over there, I'd be arrested.
And did you, after Dan got back from Europe, did you get fined for going over there and delivering the food and the medicine?
Yes. He said he found out that I was over there, although it was no secret. I didn't tell anyone not to tell, and I didn't do anything to cover it up.
After the bifurcation hearing, did you do anything to initiate some action in regards to the divorce?
At what time after? Not immediately after. I didn't have an attorney. I kept looking for attorneys for several weeks and stuff after that.
Did you try some other avenue rather than the court system?
Yes, I saw an ad in the Reader newspaper about mediation, to mediate things. And that was my inclination from day one, was that Dan and I would just agree that we would not go into a courtroom and fight and litigate things. And so I called this place called Quinn Hargreaves Divorce Mediation Center, and I made an appointment to see them.
Okay. And when you went into to the mediation conference, did Dan show up?
I don't believe it was the very first meeting. I think I met with them separately, and then we were supposed to meet together.
And what happened when Dan showed up?
He had a real rotten attitude from the minute he walked in the door, that he didn't want to be in this position, and he didn't like the whole setup, and he had a lot of demand. And I can remember he counted them off on his fingers, that if you do this and you do that and do that and do that, and it was real obvious it wasn't going to work. And he left very shortly thereafter, and Mr. Hargreaves said, well, obviously this is not going to work. He was not amenable to it.
Did he give a reason why it wasn't going to work? Is there something that you did with signing the mediation contract?
Oh, Dan pretended that had something to do with it, is that I signed my name Elizabeth with a Z, which is the legal way to sign my name. And so then I signed it with Elizabeth with an S.
And he still left?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the house payment was on the La Jolla Shores home?
I believe it was around $4,500 a month and something else, $86 or something. And it did not include taxes and insurance.
Was there anything being said at the time after you, after the mediation broke down with Mr. Hargreaves? Were you informed of something else that was going to happen to your property issues?
That's when Mr. Hargreaves started telling me that Dan and his attorney were going to take a default if I didn't do something. And I didn't know what a default was, but evidently Mr. Jaffe never filed a response to the divorce. So someone had to file a response. And Mr. Hargreaves was volunteering his services as an attorney to represent me on this case.
Now, did he, at some point in time, did you talk to Mr. Hargreaves about just filing a response?
Yes, I didn't want him to represent me on the whole case. I didn't feel he was the kind of lawyer that I needed. I needed a much stronger, better known lawyer to take on Dan. But if he was insisting that somebody file this response, I asked him how much would it be to just file the response. And he told me $750, so I hired him just for that purpose, not as a retainer on the divorce.
Now, eventually you did, I may have one more.
Certainly.
Did, now, before you retained Mr. Hargraves, how were you being communicated to as far as your support payments? How were the letters coming from? Or who was the information coming from?
Dan himself.
Okay, it wasn't coming from Mr. Ashworth at that time.
No, everything was directly to me from Dan.
And at some time in November, did you, in October, did you find out that there was going to be a problem with the November payment?
Yes, there were problems with the October and the November and the December payments. There were lots of problems all along there, all his fines and stuff.
Well, did you find out before you got the November payment or sometime that you were going to actually get minus money in November?
Yes, that weekend.
Did you, now when you found that out, what did you do?
I went to talk to Dan Broderick.
Okay, and do you remember what day you went over there?
It was a Saturday.
Okay. Does November 1st
Yes,
of 1986 sound like a time that,
yes.
and what did you go over there for?
To ask him what I was supposed to do with no money for the month, how I was supposed to live, how am I supposed to make the house payment, the car payment? I mean, what is he doing here? And why is he doing it? And can he be more reasonable? And can't we talk about this? And what do you want me to do, Dan? What do you want out of me? I mean, I just stood there on the front lawn and talked to him.
When you went, why did you go over to talk to Mr. Broderick?
Because I desperately needed money.
Sustained.
Okay. Why did you go over and talk to Mr. Broderick rather than talking to his lawyer?
His lawyer wouldn't talk to me, and I didn't have a lawyer of my own. And it just seemed logical that Dan was the only person that had the answers to the questions that I had.
Okay. And were you having was that causing any financial problems for you at the time?
Having no money?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, what did Mr. Broderick say when you went over there to talk with him about your financial condition?
Then I had 10 seconds to get off his property or he was calling the police.
Okay. What was your response to him when he told you that?
I tried to call his bluff on it. I said, I have nowhere to go. Get off your property and go where? How am I going to manage? What am I going to do here? And I didn't think he'd really do it, but he did.
Okay, and he did what?
Called the police.
Okay. When the police got there, what happened?
They arrested me for being with it. He had the restraining order in his hand, the piece of paper, and he showed it to them. And they arrested me for being within 100 yards of his house.
Okay. Did you at some point in time try to get out of being arrested?
Yes.
And what was Mr. Broderick's response?
It was too late. He called the cops. There they were. I was a goner.
Did Where'd you get taken to?
The ladies' jail in San Diego, Las Colinas.
And how long were you held in that jail?
I don't remember. I would have gotten there in the late afternoon, evening, and I don't remember when I got out.
Well,
I didn't take a bed and I wasn't assigned a room. I just waited up front until somebody could come get me.
okay, so it wasn't a matter that you were in there overnight and days and assigned a room.
Right.
It's a matter of hours that you were in there.
Yes, but I don't remember.
Exactly how many?
Right.
Okay. Now, when you were, do you remember calling anybody when you were in there?
Yes.
And who did you call?
I called Melanie Fuller, my neighbor and friend.
Okay. And did somebody come eventually and pick you up at the jail?
Yes, she was afraid to come. She didn't know where it was or anything. And so she called Brad Wright, who was her friend. And he said that he'd come get me.
Did you stay on the phone with Melanie for very long?
I called her back after she called Brad, and I stayed on the phone with her a long time because I was so afraid I didn't want to hang up the phone. Somebody else in the tank was threatening me.
Okay. And what do you mean they were threatening?
They were scaring me as it was a small tank, and I guess she was under the influence or something, and she just started yelling at me, and I was like, Melanie, don't hang up. Don't leave me here.
Okay. Now when you got out of jail that night, did you call the press?
No,
Did you call the papers in San Diego?
no.
Now, at the end of 1986, did you see your children for Thanksgiving?
Only by default. They arrived at my lawn 9 p.m. at night by taxi. They said there had been a fight at Dan's house, and Linda was calling Dan an asshole, and there was all this screaming, and they got in a cab and came to my house at night after Thanksgiving was over, Thanksgiving night.
Were you supposed to have them that night?
I wasn't supposed to have them, no. I mean, no one had told me, but if I wanted them, I was pretty much guaranteed I wouldn't get them, so I didn't have them for Thanksgiving.
Were they over there at all for Christmas?
No, I don't think so.
Are those holidays important to you, Thanksgiving and Christmas?
Yes, I'm a very traditional person, and my whole life was having traditions for the family and holidays and birthdays, and I had lots of decorations, and I had special dishes for each special time of the year, and Halloween and Easter and Christmas and Thanksgiving and birthdays, and it was a real big thing.
Your Honor, I would ask a document marking events in order. That's J. William Hargrave's agreement for legal services and fees.
Defendant's double fee.
Showing you what's been marked as WP for identification. Do you recognize this as a document that was signed to retain Mr. Hargraves?
Yes,
Okay, and when did you sign the agreement for Mr. Hargraves?
November 6th, 1986.
Okay. Had there something happened prior to November 6th that got you so that you decided that you better get some lawyer to represent you?
Yes, being jailed on November 1st and being left without any money, I had to do something. I was absolutely pushed into a corner. I had to do something. My only way to do something before was go to Dan and ask questions and expect answers. Well, that was out because if I went to Dan, he'd throw me in jail again. So I was absolutely forced to desperately get an attorney. I had to get an attorney to do something because I needed money to live.
The And at the time of November, December of 86 and January of 87, What were your feelings in regard to the fact that it appeared that that you were divorced, and now that there was other issues? How were you feeling towards that action?
Objection, Your Honor. Question is vague.
Overruled. You can answer that.
I felt that I was forced to get in the courtroom and fight with Dan Broderick. I didn't have any choice.
How did you feel about what your situation was? How did you feel about the kids? You didn't have the children then, is that correct?
Right? It was the second holiday season that I didn't have the children.
Okay.
And
How did you feel, given what your financial situation was, about your ability to handle the children at that time?
I felt confident in my ability to handle the children always, but I didn't feel confident to provide a roof over their head or food or education or shoes or anything. I had no confidence that I had any earning power in the world, proven by the jobs I went to look for and got. I had no skills that were marketable, and I could not earn enough money to pay rent for a family with 4 children and myself, much less the lifestyle that the kids had with the private schools and stuff like that. So unless I took the children with a financial settlement where I could be assured that I could raise them and feed them and educate them and house them on more than a day-to-day basis, I was too nervous to have them back in my household like I did in February '85 when Dan left, with no agreement about having a house or having food or having rent, nothing. Just, he left me then and I just fell apart. I didn't know what was happening, and I know I can't raise 4 children financially from nothing.
Before you went into court in December of 1986, had there been anything established as far as how much money, had there been any court orders as to establishing how much money you would get a month before December of 1986?
No, I'd never been in court before then. That was the first time we went to court, I think.
Okay. The feelings that you described about being at home, how you were like, would you be different in front of people than you were if no one was around?
Oh, definitely. When I was home alone in my house with no one to speak to and this omnipresent pile of legal stuff coming at me all the time, I would get very upset about my personal situation, the way it was, finances and divorce and everything. But if someone arrived at my front door, I was always a good hostess, and I'm a nice, friendly person, and I'd invite them in, and they wouldn't know anything was wrong. And a lot of times I was invited out of the home to do things, and I would get dressed and prepare to go, and this happened a lot of times. I would literally get to the front door, and I wouldn't leave because I was so upset and so depressed and stuff that I just couldn't go places and pretend, cocktail talk, everything's fine and everything's rosy, and the situation I was in was not suitable social talk. I didn't have anybody to talk with about it. It wasn't things you talked about.
Now, was there some time in December of 1986 that there was where the court ordered some court-ordered payments?
Yes, I went to court with Mr. Hargreaves to get emergency support, court-ordered emergency support payments. And he told me that...
Objection, Your Honor. Stop.
Sustained.
Okay. Were you told what was going to happen, how the court was going to decide support?
Yes, Mr. Hargreaves informed me that there were guidelines that the court had to follow that were based on percentages of income. And I had presented Mr. Hargreaves with my budget of how much I needed for everything. And he said, I don't need this. You're going to get a certain percentage. And his impression was, for me alone, I would get between 30 and 40% of Dan's income. And if I had the children, I would get as much as 60% with the 4 children. And Dan was making well over $100,000 a month. So Mr. Hargreaves said, I don't need your little budget here, you're going to get more money than you know what to do with. And so we went to court, and that's what he told me.
Now, after you went to court, did you find out something or that went on in court about relative lifestyles?
Yes.
And what did you find out?
Is that what Mr. Hargrave led me to believe, what Mr. Hargrave himself believed wasn't going to happen at all. Dan put in front of the court that I was able to get along on this $9,000 a month, which was not true. I was never able to make ends meet and to get along on that because of the house payment and the taxes and the attorney's fees and having to fix up the house. I was very much in debt. But the judge looked at that, at the $9,000 as something that I was making it on. And so he would give me that plus a few thousand more to pay taxes. And that's all that he would give me, not based on Dan's income or our lifestyles before.
Did Dan also present budgets in the court for the court to base their decision on?
Yes.
Okay. Now, after that, did you start to do some things, at least as gathering things to show comparative lifestyles?
Before that date, after that date?
After that date, did you? In other words, did you take pictures of how you were living, how Dan was living, find out where he was going, where money was being spent?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Hargraves, when you retained Mr. Hargraves, at first there was a $750 retainer to answer the default? At first?
I'm not sure if that was the amount, but there were two separate money transactions with him. One was for just that one purpose, and the other.
Will you look at your retainer agreement? Was the first, does that refresh your memory as to what the first amount was for Mr. Hargraves?
Was just to file the default.
Okay. Now, after you signed the retainer agreement with Mr. Hargraves, a few days after that, did he make a request for attorney fees to Mr. Broderick?
Objection on this is what the service.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you become aware that Mr. Hargraves, within a few days of signing the retainer agreement, got $10,000 from Mr. Broderick for attorney fees?
I'm too confused right now. I can tell you what I knew, but I can't answer that question. I don't know what you mean.
Well, did Mr. Hargraves get $10,000 as attorney fees?
No, but important things happened before that.
Okay, I understand some things happened before that, but did Mr. Hargraves get $10,000 as attorney fees? Just yes or no?
Without my knowledge and approval, yes, he
Okay.
did.
Okay. And was that shortly after November 6th?
Yes.
Now, after Mr. Hargraves, and was there some way he was able to get that fee? Was there some way that was worded without your approval?
I guess so, because he did it.
Was there an advance on community? Was it his fees paid in advance on community or, you know?
Objection,
Yes, they were.
the witness.
Sustained.
Obviously, not getting you.
How was he paid the $10,000?
Dan sent it to him, I guess. But he,
Objection, Your Honor. That's optional.
Sustained.
Do you know how that $10,000, was that a gift from Mr. Broderick, was going to be credited to you? Do you know? Have you ever heard the term advance on the community? Have you ever heard that term?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel's arguing.
Sustained.
Have you, I'll ask it nicely, have you ever heard of the term advance on community?
yes, when Mr. Jaffe was doing the 10,000 retainer business, that term came up, that it would not be in advance, termed in advance on community, that the court would decide later with Mr. Jaffe's 10,000. But then there was letters back and forth between Ashworth and Jaffe and lies and everything. And then all of a sudden, Hargreaves gets $10,000 advance on my community that I didn't know about. He also got a $10,000.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
After, now you go into court with Mr. Hargreaves, when you went into court with Mr. Hargreaves and you finally got the court-ordered support, was there a problem with that court-ordered support? Did it end up being less than you were getting before?
Yes,
And did you have to go back to court to straighten that out?
yes,
And some point later on, were there other problems with Mr. Hargreaves during the time he was representing you?
there were constant problems with Mr. Hargreaves, yes.
And eventually, did you dismiss Mr. Hargreaves?
Not until I got another attorney, but yes.
And did you find out sometime during that Mr. Hargreaves had communicated with Mr. Broderick before you retained him that would put you at a disadvantage?
Yes.
How did you feel about that?
Well, I knew he wasn't doing a good job representing me. He hadn't even done any discovery at all before we went into court that time. It was just pathetic. And I didn't know why until later. And then I found out later that he had made an agreement behind my back with Dan Broderick that if Dan indeed sent him money, that he could give Dan a good deal.
And did you see at some point in time a handwritten letter from Mr. Hargreaves to Dan that was written before you were retained, before he was retained?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask you mark this next in order. 2-page handwritten letter dated 8/22/26, just a heading Dan.
I marked double Q.
I'm not going to ask you to read the letter at this time, but would you look at it and tell me if you recognize that letter?
Yes.
And was that Mr. Hargreaves' handwriting?
As far as I know, yes.
And did you see that in his file in January of 1986? January or February of 86?
Yes. Now, did your insurance payments policy had been paid by rather than what word? I'd like to have another document.
All right, defendant's double R.
Your Honor, I wonder if this would be an appropriate time to take the lunch recess. I have some other.
We can do that. Let's finish marking this document while we've got it.
I just had some other documents and I thought maybe I could just get them marked ahead of time.
We can do that. We've already got half of this on the record, so if you describe what it
It's
is.
a one-page letter, Your Honor, on heading of Daniel T. Broderick. One-page letter signed by Linda Flokina with copies to various people.
All right, so marked. Now, do you want to take the recess?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our noon recess at this time. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves, nor allow anyone to discuss it with you, nor form any opinion until it's finally submitted to you. See you at 1:30, hopefully 1:30 sharp. Have a nice lunch.
Now, Broderick, in December of 1986, at that time when you got court-ordered support, at the hearing, was anything ordered in regards to insurance or any other things that you had at that time, health insurance, auto insurance?
No, that was one of the mistakes Mr. Hargreaves made.
Okay. Showing you what has been marked as RR for identification, do you recognize this letter?
Yes,
And was that a letter canceling your insurance?
this one's in canceling my health insurance, but there were others.
Okay, and who would sign that letter?
Linda Kolkina on December 31st, the day after the court hearing on December 30th.
Now, how did you feel about that at the time?
Well, I knew on the day that it happened that Hargreaves had made a big mistake letting Dan get off without paying any of my insurances, because Dan used to pay the house insurance, the car insurance, the health insurance. And that was a blatant mistake of Mr. Hargreaves. So it was a loophole. And Dan and Linda saw it, and boy, they were right on the ball, 8 a.m. the next morning, sending out these letters, canceling everything. And Linda Kolkina doesn't type or anything, so it was not necessary that she sign these letters.
Yeah.
As legal assistant, Dan should have written these letters.
Okay, and did it upset you that that her name was on there as canceling your insurance?
Every time she got in the middle of anything like this, it bothered me. I didn't think this was her place at all.
Did you talk to anybody about that?
Yes, I mentioned it to Mr. Hargreaves.
The I showed you some letters previously you received from your children. If you could just look from at SS, tell me if you recognize that letter.
Yes, this is from Lee. Lee at camp.
And was that also something that you received?
Yes.
The at the time that you had mentioned that during the time that the process was going on, that there was, before Mr. Hargreaves became your attorney, that there was a time when you were not signing things.
Correct.
Okay. Do you recognize this letter, what has been marked TT for identification, Your Honor? If that could show that it's a one-page letter from Daniel Broderick to Elizabeth Broderick, dated April 28, 1986.
So marked.
Okay, was that something that was sent to you?
Yes.
That was something you received directly from Mr. Broderick and not from his attorney, is that correct?
Right.
Now, in sometime in end of 1986 and 1987, did Mr. Ashworth had been Mr. Broderick's attorney?
Yes, that was his
Someone-
original attorney.
Okay, did someone else in his firm take over as the attorney?
Yes,
Okay, and who was that?
Gerald Barry,
And what was the reason that Gerald Barrett took over?
because Mr. Ashworth was made a judge in the family court.
And when you say a judge in the family court, where was family court located then?
On 6th Avenue, it's a little brick building on 6th Avenue.
Okay, and 4 or 5 judges in that building?
Yes, I think there's 4 courtrooms.
And at some point in time, when you got some legal paper, did Mr. Ashworth now name start appearing on some of that from the court as a judge?
Right, Judge Thomas Shath.
And what was your feelings about that?
Well, I had already had feelings that I was shut out of the system because of not being able to get an attorney, including Mr. Ashworth. And now I felt that in the little court system with him running the place as a judge, it seemed like a conflict of interest to me.
And showing you what is marked you for identification, do you recognize this?
Yes,
And that's at least one of the pieces of paperwork that you saw?
yes.
The And just, I'm going to digress for a moment since I didn't have these marked at the time. VV for identification, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes,
And do you know when that was taken?
1985.
And what has been marked as WW for identification, do you remember when that was taken?
1985 as well.
Okay, was that in the home at Cali de Cielo?
Yeah,
And is that Danny and Rhett and the dogs?
the dog and her puppies, the girl dog and her puppies, yes.
And another photograph, XX for identification, do you recognize that?
Yes,
And where was that taken?
in the living room del Cielo when I had no furniture.
Okay, and it's,
Christmas time-ish, 85.
okay, and how do you know it's Christmas time?
Because of my Christmas skirt and the boys' red things, but it wasn't right at Christmas. A friend had a party a week or two before Christmas.
Okay. Did you, were you able to go back into court at some point in time and have a judge do some changes in the court-ordered support that Mr. Hargraves had first gone in and got?
Yes, the day after the court disaster on December 30th, I met with Mr. Hargreaves, and he said, don't worry, we can go in on a reconsideration, but there was only a certain amount of days you had to do that, to go back in and redo it. And for the first time, he asked for records about lifestyle and income and things that he never asked for before the first hearing. So he was preparing to do the reconsideration.
Before Mr. Hargraves, before the end of December hearings, had Mr. Hargraves gone anywhere out of town at all?
Skiing, I believe.
Okay. And was there a time where letters as far as visitation during Christmas was sent to anybody?
Letters and money were sent to his office, and he was gone. So I wasn't informed of what was going to happen with visitation, and I didn't get my money until he got back.
And
So
all-
it appears on the dates of things that I should have gotten them, but I didn't.
Was there a time when you were getting letters from Mr. Broderick where the dates on the envelope would be a lot different than the date on the letter?
Yes.
And how would that work?
They'd mail it later or something,
Okay,
and it would be dated earlier.
so you would get something dated on the first of the month, but it would be something you would receive in the middle of the month?
Yes.
The, were you having any problems with your mail during that period of time?
Ever since Dan moved to Marston Hills, my Coral Reef used to be our only residence as a family, and the mail used to always go to Coral Reef. And then when Dan and the children moved to Marston Hills, my mail somehow got switched to Marston Hills. And if it were bills or things, he'd send them to me. But if it were invitations or newsletters from my college or membership notices from the clubs or anything, I didn't get any of my mail for a long time. And I was kind of upset, especially about my college mail,
And
that he didn't forward it or anything, or set it aside for me or anything.
was there a reason that you were upset about the college mail?
Well, I missed a reunion because of it, and I was supposed to fill out a form that they sent, and I had nothing to do with the reunion because all my mail ended up at his house, and he didn't forward it.
What was the amount of the court-ordered support that you finally received?
With Tricia Smith,
No, with Mr. Hargraves.
I think it was $12,000.
And now, whose name was on your house at that time?
Dan
And,
and mine.
okay, and did they continue to take payments, your bills out of your court-ordered support?
I know it was stopped after Tricia Smith came on the job, but I don't know if it was stopped when Hargreaves was in charge. Judge Jones made him stop taking stuff out of my money.
Was that did that happen? Was there a request in court as to the fine system?
Yes.
Okay, and was after the fine system, after the court got involved, did the fine system stop?
Yes, Judge Napoleon Jones said that Dan could no longer fine me, that he was not the judge and jury, and that Judge Jones would not stand for that Dan could not do that anymore.
Now, also in 1986, did you start receiving things anonymously in the mail?
Yes.
Okay, and what sort of things did you receive?
I received a picture of Dan and Linda at a party with a sticker on it that said, "Eat your heart out, bitch."
And showing you what has been marked YY for identification, Your Honor.
Just describe it for the record.
It says present-elect party, Your Honor.
That's
And
good enough. One-page document?
One page.
All right, go ahead.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And did you receive this in the mail?
Yes.
Who was the people in the pictures?
Mr. Siteman is the old president of the bar. That's Linda Colkina. That's Dave Monahan. And that's Dan Broderick. That's Brian. And that's Brian Forbes right there.
Okay. Was a note attached to it at the time that you got it?
Yes.
And was Mr. Broderick that year to be president of the San Diego Bar Association?
That's what that's a picture of, yes. Him getting it, I think that's what it says, him getting installed as the president. And it says with him is Linda Colkina, paralegal and close personal friend of the president-elect.
Now, at some point in time, did you talk to your attorney about the stuff you received in the mail?
Yeah, I showed him that.
Okay, and did he tell you that he talked to anybody about that? Did he tell you he talked to Mr. Broderick?
Right. He told Dan to make it stop.
Did those things stop after that?
Yes. Well, I got other things besides that.
Okay, now, but before you talked to Mr. Hargraves, were there other things that you got in the mail besides that?
I would get white envelopes typewritten addressed to me with cutout newspaper ads for wrinkle cream and weight loss clinics and things. And it was all exactly the same time as that, but separate envelopes.
Okay. And did all those things stop after Mr. Hargraves talked to Mr. Broderick about it?
Yes.
Now, at the time that you were getting the support and your 12,000, and you were taking out your house payments and other things, do you know who was getting the tax benefits for those?
I never got the 12,000, but Dan must have gotten tax benefits.
Did you have some problems later on because you didn't know that there was taxes that you had to pay out of your money? Remember ever having a problem with all of a sudden having taxes owed that you didn't know were owed?
Not until much later.
Okay, but at some point in time that you became aware that you would not have these tax benefits and there was taxes that were owed?
I tried to have tax questions answered at that time, and I couldn't get any answers because nobody could give me any answers because they didn't know what property I owned and what I didn't own. And if we owned property together and Dan was taking all the tax benefits, then I couldn't get my half of the tax benefit. And we couldn't get any cooperation from his accountant as to what I owned and what were my half of tax benefits on anything. So there was a lot of confusion then.
On Christmas Day, did you have the children that year?
Which years?
This is 1986.
No,
Okay, and were you able to reach them on the telephone?
no.
And do you remember why?
That was the year Kim called me from Dan's den, which is where Dan's phone is that they're not allowed to touch. And what happened was Dan bought the boys a toy that needed batteries. And Dan went out on Christmas morning to get batteries. And Kim ran in the den and called me and said, I have to hurry up before he comes back because the 7-Eleven was just up on the corner. But she said, Merry Christmas and we're okay. And I got to get off this phone quick. And she told me that the other phone was locked in the closets.
Now, prior to that, at another Christmas time, had there been a discussion with, was there a time that Lee came over upset about not being able to buy you a present?
They told me in the previous Christmas that Dan made them buy presents for Linda, but wouldn't give them money to buy presents for me. And they never had any money the next year. So we didn't have any presents.
Had there been, before that time, had you had any type of tradition of Christmas parties or children's parties?
Yes, we had a very large family Christmas party every year with all the families that I knew in La Jolla with young children. And we had Santa and we had carolers on the stairs and we had jugglers and a lady made gingerbread houses one year and we had a professional storyteller. And it was a huge production with a professional photographer taking pictures of each family with Santa. And when Dan made me stop doing those Christmas parties in 1983, a lot of children didn't know what to do because our party was their Christmas. So we were quite famous for this huge Christmas party we used to have, and then it stopped.
Now, at some point in time in 1987, we're now into January of 1987, did you, with the problems that you were having with Mr. Hargreaves, did you try to get another attorney?
Yes, Mr. Hargreaves filed whatever papers were necessary, I believe, that we would qualify for this reconsideration. But he disappointed me so badly at the one hearing that we had that I didn't want to trust him again. So I was running around like a crazy person trying to find another attorney really fast. And I had appointments every day with other attorneys. And I ended up back in Los Angeles again with Mr. Bill Glucksman.
Okay, now did you hire Mr. Glucksman?
Yes, I did.
And what did you use to hire Mr. Glucksman?
Well, he wanted a $10,000 retainer as usual, and I didn't have $10,000 to give him, so I had a necklace I used to wear all the time, and he took that instead.
And now, after you hired Mr. Glucksman, did he do some work on your case?
Yes,
Okay. And did he file some paperwork and attend some hearings?
yes, he was absolutely appalled at the condition of my case.
Same.
Did Mr. How did you feel about Mr. Glucksman?
I thought he was really good, and I thought he would get some results.
And at that time, did you start seeing any psychologists or psychiatrists? Well, first of all, if I may go back, in January of 1987, Did Kim end up living at your house for some period of time?
Yes, she had a fight with Dan and he threw her out of the house, and she ended up at my doorstep with a bedspread, like a humongous hobo pack with everything she owned in it. She moved into my house.
Did she tell you anything about what was going to happen with support in college?
She just moved into my house because she hated Dan and they were having this huge fight. And then Dan was away for the weekend, so she stayed the weekend. But on Sunday, when Dan came home from the weekend, he called her at my house. And he said to her that if she stayed with me, that I would not, meaning your mother, will not get 1 cent of child support, and you can just forget about going to college.
Now, did Kim move out shortly after that?
She went back that day, because we both wanted her to go to college very much.
And did you, at some point in time, did you see a psychiatrist to go into some kind of family counseling with the children?
Yes, I met a Dr. Gerald Nelson from Del Mar at one of these charity groups I belong to. He gave a talk, and I thought he was wonderful, very level-headed, normal guy. And I made an appointment with him right away because my children, especially Danny and Rhett, but Lily and Kim as well, were extremely troubled. Every single one of them was not adapting well to the situation. The girls were doing very badly in school. The boys were threatening to run away, and they were fighting, and they wanted to be with me, and they were depressed and suicidal even. Both boys were written up as suicidal. And so I went to Dr. Nelson about getting help with my children. He is a child psychiatrist.
Now, the doctor, after you talked to Dr. Nelson, did he talk to you about using a Los Angeles attorney?
Yes, among other things. He said that, now, Betty, you're just not being real smart here, going back to LA again, because that's where you got in trouble the last time with the sale of the house and the 4-hour notice. You've got to have a San Diego attorney, and he referred me to Tricia Smith, who was literally around the corner from his office.
Now, also in February of 1987, was there, after the hearings in December, did there start being a problem with the support payments? Were you receiving the support payments?
No,
And why not?
I don't know why not.
Okay, at any point in time, did Dan tell you, was there any information given to you as why the payments were delayed?
Well, when Tricia Smith came on the case, the check didn't show up on the first of the month like it was supposed to. And she said, just wait and see what he does. And so we waited, and it didn't come until like the 28th of the month. And his excuse was that the court order did not say that my monthly money was due and payable on the 1st. So he was going to take advantage of another little tiny loophole and make me basically do without it for the next month. And so I had to pay Tricia Smith to rewrite the court order and get that little loophole sewn up.
Do you have a recollection at this time as to whether there was a 2 or 3 month delay in getting your check after the court hearing, getting the support?
I know it was a mess. We didn't get it like we were supposed to. Oh, and he filed an appeal too.
Now, during February, did either one of your boys have, when is Kim's birthday?
January 24th.
And did you try to have contact with Kim on her birthday, call her and talk to her?
Yes,
And were you able to do that?
I reached the machine, so I didn't get to talk to her. And then she was not given the message.
In February, what is your boys' birthdays?
14th for Rhett and the 23rd for Danny.
In 1987, were you trying to see your boys on their birthdays?
Yes, they were going skiing for a week, and there was the Friday before they left with a day off from school, and that was Rhett's birthday, and I wanted to have them on the Friday before they left with Dan for a week vacation, and he wouldn't let me have them.
Okay.
And then when I called when they were skiing on their birthday, on Danny's birthday and stuff, he wouldn't let me talk to them.
Was Dan home with the boys on that
On the
Friday?
ski trip?
No, on the Friday before when you wanted it.
No, Dan was at work and the boys had no school. And there was really no reason I thought that they couldn't come, but he just wouldn't let them come.
Were you upset about that?
Of course.
Now, did you eventually hire Miss Smith?
Yes, the same day that Dr. Nelson told me about her, I went and met her. And see, we were on this real,
Objection, Your Honor, that's not so.
Stand.
And did you do something quickly to try to get her hired?
because of the reconsideration that was going to happen. No matter what attorney I had, it was already a scheduled tick-tock legal thing. We had so many days to do the reconsideration. And yes, I hired her right before the reconsideration was to be done.
And how are you able to pay for her?
She had me sign a mortgage against my house.
Now, at this period of time, you still had no court-ordered visitation in 1987?
Right,
And did you still have no right to have contact with your children?
right.
And were you still talking to your children?
As much as I could, yes.
And when they would call you with problems, were you trying to answer their problems?
They still considered me mom and they still called me with all their problems. And yes, I took care of everything that they could reach me with.
At the time that, when you had hired Mrs. Smith, had any discovery up at that point been done at all in regards to what assets you might have or community assets you might have that you can use?
No, Jaffe did nothing. Hargreaves did nothing. Glucksman was going to, but he didn't have time. And so I'm on the fourth attorney and nothing had been done yet about research into what we had.
And in the spring of 1987, were any depositions scheduled for Mr. Broderick?
Yes,
Were those continued at any time?
yes.
Okay, and do you know how many times those were continued?
Several times. One time Dan said there was a mix-up and I don't know, for different reasons they were continued and
Was that something that you agreed to?
no.
Now, at that time, what was the status of the court that you were in? Was it an open courtroom where they were conducting open business?
The one hearing I had where Mr. Hargreaves was in charge, he agreed against my wishes right in the courtroom to seal the court and the records and the proceedings. That was my first time in court and they were sealed from my first time there.
Okay. And when you say sealed, what did that mean?
That meant that when we were having a proceeding about my divorce, there was no one allowed to be watching.
Okay, so it didn't.
No one except the principals and their attorneys were allowed in the courtroom. And they even taped up the windows so people couldn't look in.
And how about the court file? Were people able to go to the court file and see what was going on in your case?
No, the court file was also sealed, which meant that nobody but the principals in the case could have access.
Now, who was sometime in, at the time that you went in 1987, were you ever assigned a judge different than Judge Jones?
Yes, then we went to, for some reason, ended up going to Judge Tony Joseph.
Okay. And when you went to Tony Joseph, was he in the family law court?
It was in this building, but it was for contempt actions. So no, I don't think so.
Well, you went to, the next judge you saw was Tony
Tony
Joseph.
Joseph, in
And
this building.
what happened when you went into the courtroom the first time that you went to that court?
It was a longer center aisle, and as we walked down the center aisle, it was Tricia Smith and myself and Dan Broderick, and his attorney was behind us, and the judge looked up and saw Dan and said, Mr. Broderick, to what do we owe the honor?
And what was the response?
Well, Dan said hi. They were obviously friends, and my attorney said, excuse me, Your Honor, we're here for a proceeding.
And at that point in time, did you object to the judge here, that judge hearing your proceedings?
He explained on the record what a long-time, good personal friend he was of my husband's, how they had worked on committees and boards of directors, et cetera, for many years. And he held my husband in very high regard and esteem. Those are as close as I can get his exact words. And he said, "Is that a problem for you, Mrs. Broderick?" And my attorney told me to say yes. And I said, do I have a choice? And he said, no.
And from that point on, for the next year, did Judge Joseph end up being the judge that heard all the actions in this case?
From that very first day, he retained jurisdiction, which meant that, yes, he would hear all the actions in that case.
Now, when he would hear the actions in the case, did he always remain in this courtroom, or did he move to various courts in the county?
He moved from here to juvenile court, so I had to go to a proceeding in front of him in juvenile court in Kearney Mesa somewhere on Meadowlark. And then he was moved to Vista, and we had to go to proceedings in front of him up in Vista Courthouse.
So the case wasn't reassigned, it stayed with Tony Josephs?
Yes.
During that period of time, did you at any time write into the court file?
That was earlier when Mr. Jaffe told me to go check out the court file. Yes.
Okay. And did you go check out the court file?
Yes.
And did you write it?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of writing in the court file?
It was the first time I had seen a lot of the papers that Dan filed, I guess, in the very beginning of these proceedings, way back in September, October '85. And they were just filled with inaccuracies and total lies. And I'm a school teacher, and I correct things, and I corrected it. And I circled things and wrote in the margin, and I corrected it.
Okay. And at some point in time, when you were in Judge Joseph's court, did anything happen to that court file?
It disappeared.
Did you know where it went to?
Nobody knew where it went to.
Do you know how the court file, was there anything do you know how the court file got re-put together?
I to this day don't know if it got put together.
In this time in 1987, how was the communication between you and Dan? Has it changed at all?
I don't believe there was any. I had Tricia Smith, and so she would communicate with Dan's lawyer, communicate with Dan, and he'd communicate with his lawyer, communicate with my lawyer, communicate with me.
Were the arrangements for visitation still the same? You would talk through the children, and then they would talk to Dan, and then
Yes.
he would decide sometime later?
Right.
Okay. The word, you've heard obviously the tapes and know that you've written it a number of times, and you've referred to Linda Kolkina as the cunt.
Yes.
Where was it that you first heard that word and associated it with Linda Kolkina?
Gail Forbes is a very funny person, and she uses that word.
So it was Gail Forbes who,
When Gail Forbes saw the picture,
was it Gail Forbes who just
yes,
introduced that word to you?
Right.
Okay. Was there times that, and during this period of time, was Linda's voice coming on the answering machine at times?
yes,
And were you leaving messages on that answering machine?
yes, and the machine's now been on 86. We're halfway into 87 by now, so I was pretty fed up with the answering machine routine.
Okay.
I was real sick of it.
What was the purpose of, I mean, what was going on with you that you would leave those messages?
Objection, yes.
Sustained.
Well, with the reasons that you've indicated before in 1986, as far as the only power that you had, did you still feel that way in 1987?
No, I felt much worse.
And why did you feel much worse about that?
because, you know, as we're going over each little incident, I'm saying how I felt about the little incident. But when it was happening way back then, I felt that everything was cumulative. You know, it was one thing and then another thing and then another thing. And by the time we're in now, which is early 87, I was beyond the beyond of craziness and tolerance. And I was just nuts about trying to get a settlement. It was over 2 years after he walked out. I'd been through 4 lawyers. I'd been thrown in jail. The house was sold forcibly. He got the bifurcation, sole custody, no visitation. And I was just I was so stressed in 87. And you can see it in the diary. My writing is like all over the place. And I wasn't functioning at all. And we're getting to the point where Ruth Roth comes along. And I was just screaming and yelling in that machine every chance I got. I'd had it.
Had there been events that had already happened that you felt were events that had really hurt up to that point in time? Any particular ones?
The final event and the most traumatic event because of the accumulation, I was very traumatized by the forcible sale of the house because I didn't know he could do that. And I thought it was rude and hardball and not a way to handle things. And then when the bifurcation came along, I didn't know that could happen. I didn't know you could do that and get a divorce and take sole custody. I didn't know that could happen. And then when I went to his house we cut off all the money, and I went there very polite and said, let's talk, what's going on here? And then he had me arrested. It was just, I was so traumatized by being put in a police car and handcuffed and mugshot and thrown in jail when I was merely trying to talk to him that I never really recovered from November 1st, 1986. I had been absolutely traumatized by the way he treated me. And then he wouldn't discuss anything with me. He had already taken everything. And so November 1st, 86 was like the end of the end for me. And then beyond that, I was just so stressed. I wasn't making any sense at all. Ask Tricia Smith.
And during the time when the children were coming over your house and talking to you, how you described them on the phone and the problems they had, was that continuing in 1987?
The kids were doing worse too. Their problems were getting bigger, and they were doing really, by the point in time we are now, early 87, all 4 children were doing very badly.
And did you start finding out in that period of time about things that had happened even before you split up with Dan? Did you find out anything about your dentist or your personal doctors?
I found out that Dan had been sending Linda there for years to our personal doctors.
And was that even before you were split up?
Yes.
Okay. And were you hearing anything from the doctors that they were being told by Linda Kolkina?
Yeah, Linda Kolkina was very talkative and very proud of certain accomplishments of hers. And she was very talkative at the dentist and stuff about what she had done and what she had accomplished and what a bitch I was and everything. And I would hear that back from these people. These people were my personal physicians and things for over 10 years before Linda came along. So they had a lot of loyalty to me.
Okay. And were you involved, were you trying to stay involved in the children's school?
Always, yes.
Okay. And did you go down there and participate in activities at the school when you could?
Yes, I was room mother for several years at different things, and I worked on auctions and parties and clubs. And
At some times when the children were with Dan and you had no visitation rights, were you getting calls from the school about the condition of the children?
yes, the teachers would call me because they felt they could talk to me because they knew me, and they didn't really know Dan. He was never present at anything at school, so they would call me and see if I could help deal with the problem with the children.
Was there any calls about some children going to school very sick.
Yes, and this was over several different years. It wasn't one incident. Several different teachers had called me about Rhett being inappropriate, especially Rhett, the youngest, being inappropriately dressed, having holes in his shoes and the shoes flapping so that his foot was on the ground, and the teacher thought he'd fall down the stairs and get hurt. So she wanted him to have new shoes. A different teacher had him in school in the middle of winter in little shorts and a little shirt, and I went to Nordstrom and got him clothes and went straight to school and dressed him in better clothes. And they were appearing at school to not be cared for children. Nobody was supervising how they went off in the morning.
Would you get calls of being too sick at school and needed to get a hold of someone to take them?
Yes, I went to pick the kids up at school. Teachers were supposed to call Dan because he was sole custodian, but they couldn't reach Dan, so then they'd call me. And particularly one time, dropped everything, went running to school to pick up Rhett. And as I was picking him up, Dan already had him and was driving away, and he was very sick. And Dan took him to the office with him.
Okay. Now showing you what's been marked as H and I for identification. Do you recognize these shoes?
Those are some of them, yes.
And these are some of the ones that the children were wearing to school?
Yes, not even the worst ones.
And how about what has been identified L for identification? Do you recognize that?
That was Kim.
Okay. Is this the condition that Kim usually liked to wear her shoes?
No, and you can tell from all these things, they were good products to start with. Very expensive, very good products. It was just, they were not cared for.
You've seen, there was a dress that was marked as K for identification. Do you remember this dress?
That's from the rats in the rental home.
And what has been marked as J for identification? Do you recognize these clothes?
That's only one item from a bunch of clothes I saved to take to court to show the court during the custody thing that these children were not being cared for. There were other bathing suits and other shirts that were torn and stained. And again, they're good products. It's just no one was supervising what the children wore.
There was do you remember a time on having problems with the kids at school because of lice in their hair?
Yes.
Okay. And did you get a call about taking care of that?
Not particularly from the school. I picked the boys up on a Friday night, and they both had a terrible infestation, if that's what you call it, of lice, both of them.
In 1987, did you have any particular feeling about how you were feeling about did you feel like you were alone at that time, or any feelings that you had of isolation or anything?
Well, I was alone ever since '85, living in the house all by myself, and I had no family around. And I had lots of friends, but they were social friends. They weren't the kind of friends that you go to with really deep problems, personal problems. So I really didn't feel like I had anybody to confide in. And I felt isolated, yes. I felt alone.
Okay.
I felt afraid.
And by that time in the divorce proceedings, did you feel that you had any power base whatsoever?
No, because I didn't. I had no real way to defend myself against Dan, and I had no way to get back at him at all. And so when he would do stuff to me, all I could do would call him names back. And he hated it.
Now, in 1987, were you supposed to have the children for Easter?
Yes.
Okay. And was that something where there was plans made for that?
Yes, extensive plans. I was supposed to have them for the whole week.
Okay. And had that been arranged ahead of time?
Yes, we had lots of plans. Literally, I had written a schedule or each child could pick one day, and then they'd get to say what we did that day.
Did Ruth Roth come into the picture sometime around then?
Right around then, yes.
And what was your attitude about Ruth Roth?
Well, she wouldn't talk to me or listen to at all why I might have been like I was when she met me, screaming and yelling and very, very angry at what I'd been put through. She kept saying she didn't want to listen to what I'd been put through. Like, well, if you don't listen to what has happened here, you're not going to understand why I'm like this and why this kid situation is like this and why. I mean, you have to hear what we've all been put through for all these years. And she didn't want to listen to anything. She just wanted to know what I wanted to do with the kids that week. And I said, what I wanted to do with the kids that week was get a settlement. I have to get a settlement of this whole thing. And Tricia Smith was on the job and working as hard as she could to get a settlement, but she wasn't getting any cooperation from Dan.
Now, did it seem like things were happening fairly fast at that time when you saw Ruth Roth?
From the November 1st arrest until the time of Ruth Roth, everything happened really fast. I got arrested. I was frantic for the money. I got Hargreaves. Hargreaves was a disaster.
Your Honor, the question's ready.
Then I have another board that shows January through June of 1987. It's been marked H5 for identification. If I can be able to put that up.
Certainly.
And Your Honor, I would ask the court to take some judicial notice of some court proceedings that took place during this period of time. On January 7th of 1987, there was a motion for reconsideration of support filed by would be the defendant to respond to the action of Elizabeth Broderick.
Did you just notice that?
January 12th, there was the service of an order to show cause in a contempt hearing that was filed on that day.
Take notice of that.
There was on January 14th, a order to show cause contempt.
Take judicial notice of that.
There was on January 15th, an amended order to show cause support filed by the defendant who would have been responded in that case, Elizabeth Broderick.
Take judicial notice of that.
On January 26th, there was a declaration filed in regards to the order to show cause contempt, and the declaration raised support and a summary of expenses and an order in regards to the support.
That also was filed by the defendant.
Yes, that's the right here, defendant filed.
Take judicial notice of that.
No, I believe defendant filed, that was filed, she filed a response to that declaration.
January 26th, 87 was a response declaration filed by the defendant's attorney at the time.
Yes.
Take judicial notice of that.
On the 29th of January, there was another declaration with support points and authorities and a declaration of a response declaration to the order to show cause. Points and authorities and declaration of a CPA raised support.
Take judicial notice of that.
That was filed by the defendant. On February 3rd, there was a contempt hearing that was continued. There was a hearing in regards to custody visitation and support that was continued. An income and expense declaration and an ex parte appearance seeking visitation and a motion to change venue that was filed by the defendant.
Take judicial notice of that.
There was a hearing on February 3rd contempt hearing that was continued.
You just read February 3rd.
You're up to February 9th.
I'm sorry, February 9th. A contempt hearing that was continued.
Take judicial notice of that.
On the 18th of February, there was service of an order to show cause, a psychiatric evaluation, and that was filed on the defendant's attorney, points and authorities, and a declaration waived in regards to custody and a declaration in regards to attorney fees.
Take judicial notice of that.
On February 20th, there was a declaration filed in regards to attorney fees. And on the 23rd, there was a hearing in regards to psychiatric evaluation, a hearing in regards to change of venue that was set on this date but continued. There was a hearing in regards to custody that was taken off calendar.
Take judicial notice of
There
that.
was no appearance by the defendant.
Yes.
Board of Attorney, is that correct?
No, I believe it was just no defendant, no appearance by the defendants.
Take judicial notice of that.
There was on February 25th, there was notice of hearings.
Filed on the attorney bill.
Yes, on attorneys.
Take notice of that.
On February 27th, there was service of a responsive declaration that was filed on defendant's attorney.
Judicial notice of that.
On March 2nd, on March 3rd, I'm sorry, there was a hearing on attorney fees and costs that was continued. Again, there was no appearance by the defendant.
Judicial notice of that.
There was personal service on a order to show cause contempt hearing on March 13th.
Judicial notice of that.
On March 17th, there was a hearing in regards to custody and support, was taken off calendar with no appearance by any of the parties.
Take judicial notice of that.
On March 26th, there was personal service and another contempt, in order to show cause contempt.
Judicial notice of that.
On March 30th, there was further proceedings in regards to the contempts. They were continued, and a motion for peremptory disqualification was filed by the defendant.
Take judicial notice of that.
There was contempt, the contempt hearing, the defendant received a 5-day contingent sentence that was suspended
April 2nd.
April 2nd.
Take judicial notice of that.
There was a hearing on April 21st, a contempt hearing that was continued.
Take judicial notice of that.
Contempt hearing it was a contempt hearing that was set for the 22nd. There was a trial setting conference on the 24th. Set for this date with appearances by attorneys only.
Take judicial notice of that.
On
There
April,
was no appearance by either side in the April 22nd hearing.
yeah, on the contempt hearing that matter, there was no
No
appearance.
appearance, but the appearance by attorneys only was for the trial setting conference on April 24th.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
On April 29th, there was a receipt of the order to show cause in the contempt hearings.
Take judicial notice of that.
There was a notice on May. On May 28th, there was a contempt hearing.
Take judicial notice of that.
There was a sentence of 25 days. And eventually 19 were suspended, and there was a receipt of an order to show cause on a contempt.
Take judicial notice of that.
On June 8th, there was a contempt hearing that was set for this date, no appearance by either party.
Take judicial notice of that.
On June 11th, there was receipt of records and documents that were ordered sealed.
Take judicial notice of that.
On the 22nd of June, there was a contempt hearing which was continued by telephone, no appearance by any of the parties.
Take notice of that.
And on June 29th, there was an application for order extending time to file appellant's opening brief.
Take judicial notice of that.
Now, Mrs. Broderick, when your attorney would get paperwork in regards to the divorce, were you getting copies of that paperwork?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, were you at least trying to schedule some time where you could be present during those hearings?
Yes.
Now, when you were supposed to have the Easter vacation with the boys, did you go to pick the boys up?
Yes, they wanted me to be there early,
Okay.
so I'd be right in front of the school.
And did you go there?
Yes, I was there early.
And had you made preparation as far as activities, food?
Yes, I did all the shopping and preparing.
Sustained.
What kind of preparations did you do?
Ask and answer.
Sustained.
I don't believe I asked her what the preparations were.
She just testified to what she did. She bought food, etc. Nobody moved to strike the answer, so the answer's in. Go ahead.
Did, when you arrived there early, what happened?
Dan was pulling away from the school with Rhett in the car.
Now, when Dan was pulling away with Rhett in the car, what kind of car were you driving?
I had a little rental Chevrolet because the Suburban wasn't getting fixed.
And did you do anything when you saw Dan pulling away with Rhett?
Yes, I went after him. He was in the MG Midget.
And did anyone tell you that the boys were not going to be able to spend that week with you
No.
before that?
I think Tricia Smith may have called me just before I left the house and said something about she didn't think that I could have visitation, but I promised the boys I'd be there early, and so I went there early anyway. But I thought I was getting them.
And when you, what did you do when you say you chased him? What did you do?
I followed him around the corner because he didn't know it was me. Nobody would know it was me in that little car.
And so what happened?
So he pulled over and I pulled over next to him and I didn't get out of the car. And they were two little cars. So, and I don't know if he didn't have the top down, but his window was open. And I said to him, "What are you doing?" And he said that Ruth Roth said that I couldn't have visitation for the week because I wouldn't stop using bad language. And Rhett was crying.
And at some point later on, did you find out, were the boys told anything else about your visitation, Danny?
Well, Danny was told that I changed my mind. That's why they couldn't come to my house for the weekend. It's because I changed my mind. And I was absolutely furious that he told them that. And that's when the phone call comes in.
Now, during the time that you went and saw Ruth Roth, you've heard her testimony basically saying that you weren't going to stop using bad words. Is that correct?
Right.
Okay. Was there a reason for that?
I had felt so overwhelmed and so taken advantage of by Dan Broderick in every aspect of my life. He was still controlling every aspect of my life, my children, my money, my home, absolutely everything. But I wouldn't let him control what I said or what I thought.
Did Ruth Roth tell you during that meeting that what you said was going to be known to Dan Broderick?
Yes.
Now, you've heard a conversation that you had with Danny that was tape recorded. Is that correct?
Right.
And was there anything unusual that was happening during Danny at that period of time?
Yes, Danny was suicidal. He was threatening to run away from home. He was extremely upset and angry at the position that he found himself in. He hadn't gone to court yet, I don't think, to speak to judges. He wanted to be with me, and he was being told he couldn't be with me, and he was very upset. And Ruth Roth told me that it was healthy for Danny to vent his anger.
Okay. And did you find Danny during that period of time on a number of occasions was venting some anger he'd never vented before?
He was hysterical on that phone call. It was the Easter vacation, and he felt horrible. He wanted to be with me. Everything was changed. And he was told it was changed because I wouldn't stop calling Dan names. So he thought if I would just agree to stop calling Dan names, which is what he was told by his father, then maybe he could come live with me.
Okay. And was there a reason that you continued to call Dan names?
Well, there was never that agreement that if I stopped calling Dan names, the boys would come live with me. That was just what was going on with Ruth Roth and Dan at the time. And I thought Tricia Smith was working on a settlement and the boys would be living with me shortly anyway, that there would be an end to this thing. We're still back in March of 87, and I kept thinking there was going to be an end to this any minute.
Now, were there other times when you talked to Danny during that period of time where he was expressing anger different than he had before?
Yes.
Did, as you sit and listen to that tape, did you think that your language was appropriate?
No, of course not.
Okay.
Danny was very upset and crying, and I was very upset and crying on that tape. It was a very upsetting time for all of us.
So why were you using the language, do you know?
I was just going rah, 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 rah. I was just mad. I was just trapped, and I wanted to get it over with, and that's the way it came out. A lot of frustration.
Now, when you hired Tricia Smith, did you have a understanding of what you were hiring her for?
Yes, I liked her very much. She was extremely competent. She took control of this case and went in for that reconsideration like that. She requested Dan's documents, as we said, for the first time. She was going to do what you have to do to get a settlement, requested all of his tax returns and information on all of her investments. She scheduled depositions for the first time of Dan to ask him these questions in person. And I think she told me when I hired her that she'd have it over with by May.
Yeah. Now, did there end up being some problems in getting that discovery? Was she able to get it?
No, she was not able to get it.
And during the time that Tricia Smith represented you, what did most of her work consist of?
Most of her work consisted of representing me on criminal contempt charges, with no time being able to be spent on settling the divorce.
Okay. Now, at the time that you were in on contempt charges, you did get some jail time, did you not?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, was there anybody who was making the decisions? Was there a jury that was making that, a judge?
Judge Joseph in sealed courtrooms.
Okay. I've read off that there was contempt hearings in April, May, and June. Were you attending those contempt hearings?
Yes, I had to.
Okay. During the time that there were going through those hearings, was there ever a time where you made a request as to being able to have access to the children on the phone?
Yes, most of these contempts were
Your Honor,
because,
excuse me, non-responsive.
First of all, answer, did you make the request to?
yes,
Okay. And what was the purpose of making the request?
it's because this was the continuing, ongoing problem with the answering machine keeping me from the kids, and I'd get angry, and then they'd tape it on purpose, and then they'd go to court and say, she's calling me names, and I'd get sent to jail and fined, and they wouldn't get off the machine. So after sentencing me to 21 days in jail for calling Dan names on the machine, the judge ordered Dan to take the girlfriend off the machine, and that was the end of that.
Was there a point in time where, now when you say that you were sentenced for at times for the messages on the machine, was that from the original stay away order? In other words, the order that said stay not within 100 yards and not to annoy Dan Broderick?
I never was aware of an order that I couldn't call my kids. I was aware of this vague one in Coral Reef, stay 100 yards away from the residence, and neither party shall annoy, harass, or bother. That's what it said. And it was my contention in court.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Okay.
Did you feel at that time that by calling your children that you were annoying Dan Broderick?
No, I thought them on the answering machine was annoying, harassing, and bothering me, which was the point of Linda being on the answering machine. If they would just get off the answering machine, my kids and I were back and forth with no problem ever.
Now, at some point in time, when you first got sentenced, did you write a letter to Judge Joseph?
Yes, I did.
And did you eventually get out of jail sooner than the days you were sentenced to?
He told my attorney that
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you get out of jail sooner than had been contemplated by
Yes.
that? Okay. And at the time that, when you got out of jail, how would you describe your feelings at that time?
I had written Judge Joseph this letter that said that this is not the legal system that I learned about in school and that I later taught about in school. Where is my public trial by jury? This is a private trial by self-professed, longtime good friend of my husband's. And I thought it was gang rape. And I said that in that letter. I thought I was being grossly unfairly treated and taken advantage of. And I said I was going to complain about him to the Judicial Council of the State of California for his handling of this case. Tricia Smith proved in that courtroom.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sustained.
During the period of time that you were, after you got out of jail, did you start getting served with papers again?
The day I got home, yes, I got more papers.
Now, during the time that Tricia Smith was, during this period of time when they were, when work was being done on your case, was there any background being done on Mr. Broderick?
Yes,
And did you have any concerns about his influences with the court?
yes.
And why was that?
Because when Tricia Smith was doing all of her investigative work insofar as what we had and Dan's qualifications as a parent, she came upon his drunk driving records and how some of the tickets were missing and some of them were fixed and some of them were for driving too slow, and she thought that was very suspicious.
Did you find any that a number of his court files had ended up being missing from the system?
Yes.
It's a good place to take the recess, Mr. Earl.
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our afternoon recess at this time. Please remember the admonition. See you at 3 o'clock.
Now, in 87, were you having problems with Kim in regards to clothes and taking other items?
Not just in 87, yes.
Okay, and what kind of problems were they?
Typical mother-daughter teenage problems is that she'd take swimsuits, earrings, sunglasses, makeup, rings, clothes, shoes, stockings, everything. But being that we didn't live together in the same house, she'd take my stuff and go to Dan's house, and then I had the restraining order, so I couldn't go get my things back.
Okay, are there times that you did go over to, that you did go over to Cyprus and get those items back?
Many times, yes.
Okay, were you having problems getting Kim to return them when you would call?
Yes, it seemed a one-way street. You know, she'd borrow all the stuff because my stuff she thought was better than her stuff when she'd get to the house, and it would be gone. And then the next time she'd come, she'd borrow more stuff, and it would be gone. It was a one-way street that way, and then I'd occasionally go over and scoop my stuff up and get it back
Okay.
and send it to the cleaners, and the cycle would begin again.
Now, during the, at any time, well, sometime after you got out of jail in 1987, did you end up having somebody live at your house for some period of time?
I had Maria living there for a while, and then I had a lady from Canada and her daughter living there for a while.
Okay. And do you remember what her name was?
Lucy Peridin
Yeah.
and her daughter Laurel.
And you had mentioned before that at least in 1985 that you were involved in some community activities. Were you still involved in those community activities?
Not really. At this stage, I was too involved in trying to get a settlement, and I was pretty stressy, and I didn't feel capable of performing any of the duties that went along those committees and things. So I basically dropped out of everything.
Okay. Did at some point you try at least to stay in some of them?
Yes,
And did, was there any problems that you were having with Lee during this period of time?
yes.
And what problems were you having with Lee?
I'm not real good on exactly which problems at which time. Lily had a problem at school. Is that what we're talking about?
Did she call you in regards to helping with that problem
Yes.
at school?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a time that Lee had, when she had a problem in school and because of drugs?
Yes.
And did she do anything at that time?
Dan let Lee leave the private school she was in and go to La Jolla High, which I was against. And she wasn't even there a few months, and she got in this trouble of getting caught with drugs. She had had no trouble at Bishop's, but she got in with the wrong crowd at La Jolla High, and it was a disaster from the very beginning. And so she didn't get thrown out of school. She was supposed to meet with Dan and the principal and Lee, but she was so afraid of Dan getting mad at her that she never went back to school.
Okay, did she run away at that time?
Yes, she ran away from Dan's house. That's where she was living.
Did you do anything to find her at that time?
Yes.
Okay.
She called me. I knew where she was, kind of.
And did she come to you at all?
Yes, and she lived with me on and off.
Was there any problems when she came to live with you? Was there any problems with that Dan was saying with her living with you that you know of?
I don't know about what Dan said, but there were problems that I had with Lee living with me.
Okay. At any time, did you have to? Were the problems enough that you had to do something to try to, where she was just missing, where neither you nor Dan knew where she was?
At one point, she took one of my cars and disappeared, yes.
And did you do anything to try to find her at that
I
time?
reported the car stolen to the San Diego police, but they couldn't find her or the car.
Did you do anything? Did you hire anybody to look for her?
Not that time, I didn't.
Okay. Did, at some point in time, was she missing at a point where you hired someone to look for her?
Yeah,
If you could just tell me when that was, you know.
it's the next time.
Okay. The, in the summer of 1987, did you have any plans to go anywhere? Go out of state on a vacation?
The Hawaii trip. Are we off the Lee and the Kim and all
Yes,
that?
let's go back to a time where we know we were in 1987.
Okay.
Summer of 1987, did you have any plans to go anywhere?
I bought at the Bishop's auction a trip to Hawaii for the children and myself. And that's important that I bought it at the auction, which is why when we were leaving and Dan wouldn't let the kids come, I couldn't get my money back. My money went to the Bishop's school. It didn't go to the hotel or the airlines or anything.
Did you make plans for the children to go to that?
As much as I could with no custody, as I discussed it with the kids and they wanted to go, I wanted them to go. It was summertime. They had no other plans. There didn't seem to be any reason to me that they couldn't go. But
What-
Dan wouldn't let them go at the last minute.
Okay, so that was a decision that was made at the last minute.
Exactly. The day I was leaving, they couldn't go.
Okay, now what kind of place did you go to? Was it
It was a family place. It was all families and children and on the waterfront beach. And it was a very family place. And I had a 2-bedroom condo.
okay, and did you go on that trip?
I was torn of whether to go or not the day I was leaving because I'd never been to Hawaii, neither had the children. And my choice was go to Hawaii by myself or not go at all and lose the whole trip. So I did end up going by myself just to see what Hawaii was like.
Did you ever tell the children that they couldn't go?
No, they know they were supposed to go.
In if I could put up another board, Your Honor, for
Certainly. Page -6.
It would be July through December 1997.
So Mark.
Your Honor, I would ask the court to take judicial notice that on July 6th of 1987, there was a contempt hearing that was continued.
Take judicial notice of that.
And on July 10th, there was a trial setting for the date of July 10th. There was no appearance by any parties.
This date that it was served on the attorneys.
Yeah, that was the date that was originally set, and they did not have a trial, and there was no appearances.
Take judicial notice of that.
There was, on July 22nd, there was a notice of hearing that was served
Take judicial notice of that.
Served on the attorneys.
on the attorneys only. That's July 22nd.
Take judicial notice of that.
On August 12th, there was an OSC contempt filed.
Take judicial notice of that.
On August 19th, there was receipt of requests that suspended sentence be imposed.
Take notice of that.
On August 25th, there was a contempt hearing continued. File was not available. Appearance by Mr. Berry and no appearance by the defendant or Mr. Broderick.
Take judicial notice of that.
On September 9th, there was a filing of appellant's opening brief.
Take notice of that.
On July 21st, on September 21st, there was a contempt hearing which was continued.
Take notice of that.
On September 22nd, there was a contempt hearing that was continued.
Take notice of that.
On September 24th, there was an order to show cause regarding telephone orders that were filed by the defendant.
Take notice of that.
There was a hearing on October 5th. The contempt hearing was off calendar. File was not available. There was no appearance by either party, and there was a receipt for records and tape recordings.
Take notice of that.
On October 26th, there was a dismissal of contempt with prejudice.
Take notice of that.
On December 2nd, there was a notice of hearing
Take notice of that.
that was served on the attorneys. And on December 3rd, there was a contempt hearing off calendar. No appearances by any parties.
Take notice of that.
On December 7th, the respondent's reply brief was filed.
Take notice of that.
Now, at the time that you were sentenced on the contempt hearings, were there still other matters, other hearings? There was a series of contempt filed against you, is that correct?
Yes.
And there were, when you received your sentence, that was for some of them, there were some that were still to be heard at some other time?
Yes.
The, now, after the car accident, what did you do? Did Lee, when she took the car, did anything happen?
That's how I got the car back. The San Diego police never got it as a stolen car. It was involved in an accident.
Okay. And did you do anything with Lee at that time?
I met her in Ocean Beach where the accident was, and she got in my car, yes.
Okay. And what did you do?
We went straight to the McDonald's Center in La Jolla.
Okay. And was she upset about you checking her into the center at that time?
Oh, we were both upset. She wasn't as upset as I was. I was upset about her having a drug problem and being dropped out of school and stealing the car and stealing money from me and being missing from home. I was more upset than she was. But she wasn't happy about being checked into the McDonald Center.
At some point, did Lee end up being missing from McDonald's?
I think she only stayed 2 or 3 days and then she walked out. It's not a lockup drug rehab. She was free to walk out. She walked out in the middle of the night and called me from UTC and said, come get her, about midnight one night.
Okay. Well, at some point in time, did you look for her after she left that hospital?
I didn't know she had left until she called me, and then I went directly and picked her up. And then I tried to get her back in because I convinced her that that was a mistake walking out, go back in, and they wouldn't take her back in because once you walk out, you're out. They wouldn't take her.
Okay. Do you remember at a time where you ever hired some people to go find Lee?
Yes, she lived with me for a while after the McDonald thing, and I told her if I ever catch you with any, she said she didn't belong in McDonald's, that they were all addicts and this and that, and she wasn't one. I said, okay, I'll believe you, but if I catch you one more time with anything, you're back in. And so I overheard her on a telephone conversation, and the friend said, oh, I've got some rocks or something. And so I knew she was still doing stuff, and she knew I was after her, so she ran away again.
Yeah.
And then I hired private investigators, and we arrested her. We privately arrested her.
Now, did you call Dan about trying to get him to help you with your daughter?
Yes.
Okay. And you heard a phone message that was played here in court in regards to the problems that Lee was having. Do you remember, was that in regards to this?
Yes.
Okay. And did Dan do anything to help find Lee?
No, he threw her out of the house. He wanted absolutely nothing to do with her, and he wrote her out of his will.
Okay. Now, did you check Lee back into a hospital again?
Yes, but this time it was San Luis Rey, and it was a lockup unit. She was going to stay there this time.
What was she like at that time?
She was absolutely furious at me. She was yelling and screaming. She almost threw my purse out the window of the car. She was not happy about being locked up in this place.
Okay. And how did you feel about that?
I was very upset about the whole situation. I didn't know much about drug addiction. I had never seen any kind of drugs. I didn't know how to judge if my own daughter was under the influence or not. I just didn't know the signs to look for. I did not know the seriousness of her problem. But I thought if she went in one of these programs, they would be in a better position to know how bad her problem was. They weren't going to beat her. I was there every day. You know, it wasn't awful. It was a nice place. They had nice food and they were nice people, but she couldn't run away from this one.
Was there a program there for parents attending and aftercare?
Both at McDonald's and San Luis Rey, the addiction programs are family therapy programs. It's a family problem, and it's treated as such, alcoholism and drug addiction, that the family has to come in for a week of therapy at McDonald's. And I had to go to meetings every night as a parent at San Luis Rey.
Did you go to those meetings?
Yes, every night.
Did Dan attend any of those meetings?
No.
Okay. Now, during the time that you were going through the divorce, did any people try to get you to go into a hospital?
Yes.
And what kind of hospital did they try to get you into?
Lynn McGuire and Hillary Brady tried to send me to a codependency program in Florida.
Okay. Now, these were people who were involved in the legal community, or husbands were involved with Dan?
One of them is married to a lawyer, but they're both involved in alcoholics and codependency treatment as therapists.
Okay. And was there a reason that they were sending you to that kind of hospital?
Yes, they thought that was my problem, is that Dan was an alcoholic and I was in an alcoholic marriage and I had codependency issues, and that I really needed to go to one of these programs.
Did you go to the program?
At the time they wanted me to. No, I couldn't. I couldn't leave the house in La Jolla empty and go to Florida. It was in the beginning of the divorce, and I was afraid he'd sell the house if I left.
Now, sometime in 1987, did you have some family visit you from back east?
Yes, I had a cousin and his wife and 3 children, and I had my brother Frank and his wife and their 2 children. And I had another family from Eastchester, New York, a mother, father, and 3 children come visit because I lived near the beach and I had a real nice house, and they came to visit.
Okay, and was this during the summer?
Yes.
Okay. And was there a time when you tried to get your children to be able to go with you to a family outing with all their children?
Yes, especially with my brother Frank and his kids. My kids had never met their first cousins that live in Tennessee, and they're very compatible in ages. And it turned out that Mag and Frank went to a convention in Las Vegas and left their children with me, and I wanted to take their children and my children to Warner Springs Ranch so they'd have fun together, and Dan wouldn't let my kids meet their cousins.
Okay.
Wouldn't let them go.
Was there anything the children were doing? Were they out of town or were they just?
No, they were home doing nothing in Marston Hills.
Now, around the late fall or early winter of 1987, did you plan a trip to go anywhere?
I think I actually planned that trip during the Christmas holidays. It was a rainy Christmas that year. It was my 3rd Christmas all alone. I was extremely, extremely depressed. In fact, totally suicidal. And I was sitting in the kitchen and I had a newspaper and I was just thinking to myself, I mean, everything's in the toilet here. My whole life is in the toilet here. What can I possibly do to cheer myself up or to make something feel better? And I called a 1-800 number and put a Club Med trip to Tahiti on my credit card. And I thought maybe that would help.
Did it help at all?
No, I took the stress and the fear and everything of the legal stuff with me to Tahiti. And I tossed and turned in Tahiti, and I laid on the beach in Tahiti thinking, what are you doing here? You've got to get home and get this settled. It's not going to go away if you go to Tahiti for 10 days.
Now, did you, when you went to Tahiti, was there any pets that you had possession of?
At that stage, the dogs were back and forth. At that stage, the 2 Shih Tzu little furry dogs that we had were at my house.
Now, I had showed you a picture of a dog in their puppy.
Right, that's one.
Was that one of and that was Defense WW for identification. Was that one of the dogs?
That's Muffin and the puppies, right?
And whose dogs were they?
They were particularly the boys' dogs. Danny owned Topsy and Rhett owned Muffin.
And during that period of time when you went to Tahiti, did you do anything with the dogs?
Yes, I called up the boys and said I was going away on a vacation. And I also went up to Pasadena for Christmas, so I was going to be away. And I said, you've got to take care of your dogs. So they said, okay, fine. And I drove over there and I dropped the dogs and their food and their little dishes and their leashes and this little foam bed they have that they sleep in.
Okay. Now, at that time in 1987, did you have any custody of the boys at all?
No.
And did you have any visitation with the boys?
No.
Did you have other?
Your Honor, I think that must have misspoken. There was a lot of visitation. There was no order
I'm
of
sorry.
visitation order.
I
Stipulates that.
I misspoke now. All right. Did Your Honor, I have a letter that appears to be 5 pages long. Date, 13/1997. Mark ZZ.
I'm sorry, Mark.
ZZ double Z.
before I go to that, may I ask a few questions, Mr. Chairman?
Certainly.
The, when you came back from Tahiti, were you served with any new court papers?
Yes, the day I came back, I was served with papers that I was in contempt for coming within 100 yards and dropping the dogs off.
And
Your Honor, excuse me, there were 8 counts of contempt in that, not just one.
Your Honor, she has cross-examination.
Clear that up on cross. Go ahead.
Were you served with a contempt paper that involved the dog?
Yes,
Now, was Tricia Smith still the attorney on the case?
yes,
And was she upset about not having moved forward at all on the divorce case, the property part?
yes.
Your Honor, I have another letter that's marked A, AAA for identification. I'm sorry, Your Honor, it's a letter that I believe is 3 pages dated January 15, 1988. I'm sorry. And what has been marked as AAA for identification. Do you recognize that letter?
Yes,
Now, when you had Tricia Smith as your lawyer at that time, were you still trying to, was the purpose still that she would move forward on the divorce itself?
that was the sole and only point of this, of having a lawyer, yes.
And did there end up being another contempt hearing in regards to the dogs and the other items that were on the contempt order?
Yes,
And what kind of, where was that contempt hearing held?
I believe it was in Vista.
Okay, in front of what judge was that held?
Judge Joseph,
And was the courtroom open?
of course not.
And was there a jury or
No,
was that a court trial?
it was just Dan and the judge and me, and Dan's attorney.
Now, did you attend that hearing?
Yes, I did.
Was Tricia Smith present for that hearing?
Yes, she was.
Okay, did she represent you for that hearing?
No, didn't want her to,
And why was that?
because I thought it was a total waste of money and a perversion of the legal system for Dan Broderick to be using the public courtrooms and the judge and the public court system for a personal vendetta against me about really stupid things. And I was supposed to be paying lawyers $250 an hour, and I just thought it was total nonsense. It was a joke, and I didn't want to waste any more legal fees playing games like that.
Did you think that anything Ms. Smith could do to win that hearing?
Excuse me?
Did you think that there was anything that she could do to win those hearings?
I don't know.
Did now, did you also have a Christmas party planned that year?
Yes,
Were you able to have that party?
this is December 87, right?
Yes.
Yes, I did have the party. And
Okay.
it was,
What kind of party was it?
it was a miniature version of the party we used to have, where it was our good friends and their spouses and their children, where it was good for the kids to get together at someone's house for the holidays. and I had a full buffet, and the kids were now older. The kids were in range from 8 to 15, 16 by that time. They weren't little kids anymore. And everyone brought their children.
Were your children able to attend that party?
No, Dan would not let them come on the day that it happened. And he had plenty of notice. It was planned for quite a while.
Now, after the contempt hearing, did Miss Smith remain your attorney?
Yes, she did.
Was there any time that she stopped representing you?
She stopped representing me on the contempts only because it was my wish, but I wanted her to continue representing me on the divorce to get this thing settled.
Okay, was there any time that stopped also?
Yes,
And when was that?
that was into 88.
Okay. Well, if we had the first hearing was the contempt hearing on the, that involved the dogs was in 88, would it have been at that time that her representation of you stopped?
Not particularly. We had a discussion, the judge and she and myself, that I wanted her to continue on the case to settle the divorce. And the judge was very upset that nothing had been done on this case yet. And she complained that Dan hadn't sent the discovery over. And there was this big discussion in the courtroom. But I think she got married the next day after that court thing and went on a honeymoon. And when she came back, she didn't want to continue on the case.
Yeah. Now, what happened to you at that contempt hearing?
I was fined a lot of money, but I don't remember, $9,000-$10,000
Okay.
fine
And
for dropping the dogs off, but not sentenced to jail.
now at the, sometime later on, in the spring of 1987, where was Danny going to school?
He was still going to Francis Parker
Okay.
in the 6th grade.
Now, sometime in the spring of 1987, did you go to a ski vacation during ski week? Did you go on
Yes,
in 88? I'm
in
sorry.
88, I took Lee skiing because Dan took our whole family skiing, the other three children and Linda, to our regular condo that we owned in Keystone, but he cut Lee out of it. Lee is an excellent skier, and I felt so sorry for her that I brought her skiing in Utah. But no matter what I did for her, I couldn't make up for the fact that she was not with her family and her brothers and sisters, and it was really sad and pathetic.
Yeah.
But I did the best I could.
Okay. And did you do anything about, at that point in time, did you do anything when you were on that vacation?
Yeah, she was basically unhappy. She didn't want to be with me.
Sustained?
Okay. Did you do anything?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you do?
Lee was out skiing and she didn't want to ski with me, so I was in the hotel and I wrote what people refer to now as a book. But I wrote this thing in one sitting, which was like the story so far up to that point of what had happened in the marriage and the affair and my whole life. And I wrote it because I was so scared of what was coming up in court next. And I really was very suicidal, and I wanted to leave something in writing in case I killed myself, so the kids would know what happened here. It wasn't just what Dan was saying was going on.
And when did you talk about Dan in that book?
Sure,
And did you talk with him and looking back on the anger you felt at the time, the depression?
I'm sure. I haven't read in a real long time, but I just wrote it at one sitting. And yeah, it was in 1988, and that's why I wrote it. I was very depressed.
Okay.
And very scared of what was happening in court and out of control and stuff.
Okay. Now, you've indicated that in 1976, when you went to the marriage encounter, you wrote there what your feelings were about Dan and why you married him. Is that correct?
Yes,
And was that accurate?
yes,
Okay. And was that the way you felt about Dan up until the time of 1983 when problems arose?
yes.
And this is the marriage encounter that's marked Y for identification?
Yes.
All right, this time I'm going to ask whether the jury can read that.
Clerk book?
Yes.
No objection to that.
Yes, there's an objection, Your Honor. Counselor posted, you can talk about it in sidebar, but there's no objection.
Well, he's talking about her book.
Yes.
Come on up.
And when you wrote this, these documents, and I'd like you to look at the first page here. Does that tell you, does that help you in remembering the date that you wrote that this happened?
Yes,
And what was the date that this happened?
the weekend was November 5th, 6th, and 7th of 1976.
And now, in the marriage encounter itself, are there letters that you wrote to Dan?
Yes,
And how would you, was there any way you would start the letters?
this one says, "Darling Dan."
And did you write a number of letters to Dan in there?
Yes,
Did you talk to Dan about how you felt towards him when you were younger? When you
Yes.
when you two first met?
yes.
Okay. And how did you describe that, if you can recall?
I just thought he was great. I thought he was fun. He was smart. He was the man that I chose to devote my life to.
Did you talk about, did you talk in there about love letters, sending love letters, and what that meant to you?
Yes, he used to, even when I saw him all the time, he wrote me letters in school and I wrote back, but I have all those love letters from him. And so I thought this was the first time since our courting days when we wrote each other letters again. So I really liked it.
And did you talk to him about what you wanted out of marriage?
Yes,
And what were you talking to him about?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked you to answer. Please ask these.
Sustained.
Did you talk to him in here at all about his need to control?
yes.
In the, where was Danny going to school in April of 1988?
He was at Francis Parker.
Okay. And where did people go? Is there a school that people go to a next level from Francis Parker?
They go from Francis Parker Lower School to the Francis Parker Upper School, or they switch at that time to the Bishop School in La Jolla that starts at 7th grade.
The at the time that, was there at a time at the Bishop School, to get into the Bishop School, what do you have to do? Is there anything in particular?
You have to apply, get an application and write an essay and have recommendations by your teachers to qualify to take an exam. And then if you pass the exam, you're eligible to perhaps be chosen to go there.
Okay. Now, did Danny want to go to that school?
Yes,
And is that something you discussed with him?
yes.
And how far did you make the plans for him to take the test?
Yes, we filled out the application. I wrote the check. He wrote his essay. We got several of his teachers to write recommendations. He was a wonderful student, so that was no problem. And then he got his invitation to take the exam on a Saturday.
And was that something that had to be planned well in advance?
Yes, and there's only 50 students allowed to take the exam. And if for any reason you weren't able to make it, you were supposed to let them know 48 hours in advance so they could fill the spot with somebody else who was on the waiting list.
And had you made arrangements to pick him up to take him to the exam?
Yes,
And where did you go to pick him up?
to Dan's house.
And was there anyone home when you went to pick him up?
No, it was just like the soccer days. Everyone knew I was coming. They knew what time he should have been there. He should have been waiting for me to pick him up, and there was nobody home.
And now, did you make phone calls to Dan in regards to that?
Yes.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was crying and I was very upset, and I said, I don't know why you're doing this to your kids. You know, you've had your education and I've had mine, and you know, this isn't hurting me, what you're doing. This is hurting Danny. And I was really upset that he had done that.
And had you been involved in any activities with Children's Home Society?
The Children's Home Society had a big fashion show at Nordstrom's that exact same day, early that morning. And as a member of that group, I should have sold at least 10 tickets, and I should have been working on it and performing a lot of duties as a member of the group. And I ditched on that group because I knew I had to do the Danny exam thing. And so here the Danny exam thing fell apart, and the fashion show was happening, and I disappointed all those people as well. And I felt really bad about both things. If I had known Danny wasn't going to go to the exam, I would have been fully involved helping them out.
Now, and you didn't learn that Danny wasn't going to be there until that morning?
Right.
Did you get served with a contempt order in regards to that?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have to go back into court again?
Yes.
And where did you go to court?
I believe it was Vista again.
And in front of who?
Judge Joseph.
And when you went in front of Judge Joseph at that time, what happened in regards to that hearing?
I hadn't realized because I was representing myself.
Stand. Okay. Had there something happened in the other hearing, the last contempt hearing you had, that you didn't learn about until this hearing?
Yes.
And what was that?
Evidently, at the previous hearing where I represented myself, there was put in there somewhere, but I didn't understand what was happening, is that if anything else in the future happened, I would automatically be fined $16,000 in attorney's fees. This wouldn't be to the city of San Diego like the $10,000. This would be $16,000 paid to Mr. Barry, my paying Dan's lawyer.
Okay. And in fact, were you fined the $16,000 payable to Dan's lawyer?
Yes.
Okay. Did the judge say anything at the end of that hearing?
Yes. Finally, the judge got upset with Dan Broderick and Gerald Barry and said, don't you dare come in this courtroom again unless you want her to go to jail. Because he was also going to send me to jail. And they made an argument against me going to jail. And the judge just had a fit because it dawned on the judge that they were playing games.
Calls for speculation.
And so what did he say was going to happen next time you showed up in court?
What he said was, he said to Dan and Gerald Barry, don't come back in this courtroom with these contempts unless you want her to go to jail. So what that meant to me was, if we end up back in there on contempt, I am definitely going to jail.
And did you sometime later, did your children tell you something that they were told about that hearing?
Yes, Dan went home from that hearing and had dinner with the kids and was telling them that he kept me from jail, and wasn't he a nice guy?
Did that upset you?
Yes.
Now, at this time, was there anything done in regards to transferring the case somewhere else to try to get a settlement of the case?
I started getting, we ended up in family court in front of Judge Murphy in summer of '88. But I can't remember if that was after the mandatory settlement conferences, before the mandatory settlement conferences, or during them. There were 5 mandatory settlement conferences.
Okay, and where were and those were in front of Judge Murphy?
I got a notice in the mail that you are supposed to be at this thing called a mandatory settlement conference. You are ordered to be fully prepared to settle. If you ask for an extension because you're not prepared to settle, you will be sanctioned. And the worst that can happen, according to my first mandatory settlement conference notice, the worst that can happen is if you don't settle the case on this date, you will be assigned a courtroom for a trial within 14 days or something. And so I was real happy when I got the first mandatory settlement notice, because I thought we were going to mandatorily be made to settle this case.
And did you appear before Judge Murphy?
I appeared downtown. It was not Judge Murphy, it was someone else.
Okay. Did you go to Judge Murphy?
After Dan missed 5 mandatory settlement conferences, Judge Murphy got control of the case, yes.
Okay. And how many of those mandatory settlement conferences did you go to?
All 5,
Did Dan show up at any of them?
no,
Were there any sanctions?
no,
Did what did Judge Murphy do at that time?
Mr. Barry had sent a replacement, a younger attorney, because
Actually, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Sustained.
What happened at the last hearing?
Judge Murphy got on the phone from his bench and called Gerald Barry and demanded that he show up right now. And he said we'd wait for him,
And why was that?
because he had put off and put off and put off, and he was just playing games. And Judge Murphy said, I don't care what appointment you've got. I'm waiting for you. Get over here now.
Okay.
And we waited, and Gerald Barry finally showed up.
Now, was the case settled at that time?
No,
Okay. And was the trial date set within 14 days?
no,
And who was representing you at this time?
myself.
Now, during this period of time, were you, as part of, eventually a trial date was set, wasn't it?
Yes, much later.
Okay. Now, were you starting to get some discovery as to, leading up to the trial in December of 1988, were you starting to get some discovery as far as community assets, what they were saying were your bills or what you were responsible for?
Yes, Tricia Smith gave me her files that she had gotten.
And eventually, were you sent things from Dan off in regards
Yes.
to things that you would need?
Mhm.
Now, I would ask for 2 exhibits to be marked.
Triple B, why don't you describe that for the record?
Triple B, Your Honor, is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 page. It looks like a credit card bill with some kind of checks on the back of them. Xeroxed over them, looks like cash checks with a yellow sticker attached to it.
So our triple C.
And triple C, is that one? Triple C, Your Honor, is a 1, 2, 3 page charge account. Again, with a yellow stickum attached to it with the name Linda Coquina printed on it.
So Mark.
showing you what is marked triple D for identification. Oh. Showing you, first of all, what is triple D for identification with the yellow stickum with the initials B. Have you looked at these? No question how she keeps her girlish figure that's written in the yellow.
Right.
When you received those, were these attached to that? And who is B? The initial B.
Me?
No, right here, this B. Do you know who that was?
No.
Okay. Do you know, did that look to you to be Linda's handwriting?
Yes.
Okay, and showing you what is marked triple C, another yellow one that's attached that's with a type printed Linda Coquina D. This pile is for the fat one, signed L.
Mm-hmm.
Did you receive this also?
Yes.
And was this attached to it at the time?
Yes.
Okay, now there's a D here with a dash, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and did, what is that, the D with the dash?
That's what I used to call Dan a long time ago. I don't know anyone else who ever referred to Dan Broderick as D.
Okay, so that was something that was a name that you had for Dan when you were married to him?
It was more or less in our courtship, and the charm that he gave me, he engraved it Love D. And on all the letters they used to write me, it was always Love D. But never before have I ever seen anyone refer to him as D.
Your Honor, I'm going to go to another area. I wonder if this would be an appropriate time to take a recess.
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take our evening recess at this time. Please remember the admonition not to discuss the case among yourselves nor allow anyone else to discuss it with you, nor form any opinions till it's finally submitted to you. Have a nice evening and be extra careful not to look, watch, or listen to anything about the case. Night.